You grow when you have a desire to become better, to learn new things. When you listen to a webinar, a conference, a talk, go to courses, dozens of courses, then you are the one who speaks. You grow. You grow when you get up to speed, when you focus on your work, on your customer, on your team. Then you become a part of something big. When you raise the bar and take responsibility for your work, whether good or bad. When they ask you for advice. When you create a small revolution or speed up an evolution, then you grow. You are growing because growing matters to you. You keep at it until it's just right. To be honest with yourself and others, to further educate yourself, to become an expert. And if it matters to you, it matters to us. EPAM, focus on your growth.
Hello everyone! Welcome to Junior Online Conference 2022. My name is Ira and I will moderate the event today. So thank you for joining us today. Our team will do our best to make this day exciting, interesting and useful for you. We'll have a lot of great experts and topics, so let's have an impressive day together. Before we start, we have a few minutes while you are joining the stream. So let's learn more about each other. Please write in the chat where you're from and what IT direction is interesting for you. We got near 2,000 registrations, so now it's very interesting to know your country or your city and what IT specialization is your favorite. Today we'll talk a lot about Java, .NET, DevOps, software testing, data, and others. So please write in the chat what is yours. And while you're writing, I can remind that this event was organized by EPAM University team, and we help thousands juniors around the world start their career in IT. Okay, what can I see? A lot of messages in the chat. Thank you for your activity. So I see Ukrainians. Welcome from Ukraine too. Croatia, Hungary, Poland. Interested in front end. Krakow, Poland. Welcome also. Hello from Romania. Hello. Gdansk, Brazil. Oh, I can't imagine what time is in Brazil now, but thank you for joining so much. Kiev also, Poland, Croatia, Ukraine, Java, France. I see. Thank you for joining. Also, hello from Prague. Welcome. QA. Somebody wants to become QA. Also see Poland, Java, Kiev, frontend, Denmark. So looks like very worldwide global audience we have today. Hope you will enjoy the event with us. Okay, thank you. Today we'll also have speakers from different countries. First of all, from Poland, Hungary, Romania, and Spain. And now I will show you the agenda. One second, yes. So you can see the agenda and double check what speeches are interesting for you. Uh, Sorry, I have some double voice. One second. Something went wrong. Give me a second, please. Sorry, technical moment. Sorry, we had some technical issues. As usually during events, it happens. I hope it was our last issue for today. I stopped on the topic about our speakers, and I shared agenda with you, so you can double check what speeches are interesting for you. But be careful with the time zones. I know that we had some mix before, also with this different time zones. So let's double check. Now it's 10 a.m. and our agenda is built according was built according this time zone. So 10 a.m. as in Poland, as in Hungary, as in Spain, as I remember. So be careful with these time zones. Okay, some org details that I would highlight. So today, every our speaker has 30 minutes for the topic, and in the end, we'll have some Q&A session when you can write your questions in the chat and get an answer from our expert. Don't hesitate and use this opportunity to get the answers. We'll also share slides with you, presentations, and some useful links will be sent via email to all registered participants. You also can watch the recording. It will be published on the event landing page where you have registered to this event. So if you'd like to watch the recording later, you can go to training portal training.epam.com. Go to the events, find Junior Online Conference, open it, open the page, click, and on the top you will see a button watch the recording. If not, you need to log into the portal. So if you are logged in and you applied to the conference, so the video recording will be available for you. Okay, let's see. We have more than 400 participants, so most of you are already woke up. I think we can start and move through our agenda. So I'm happy to invite our first speaker, Oleksiy Dyshlevyi, head of EPAM University in Central Europe. And Oleksiy will tell you more about getting your first job with EPAM. Hello, Oleksiy. Please join us.
Hi, morning.
Morning. How are you today?
Great sunny day. Well, quite cold, but at least sunny.
Okay. What secrets have you prepared for us today?
Well, I'd like to focus on some specific how we are working, what we focus on, how mm, everybody interested in our programs can join, and of course, I'll try to answer a lot of questions about any specific things which could help you to become a junior software engineer.
Sounds like a really great start. So the stage is yours, and I will come back on the last slide.
Yeah, great. So one more time, hello everybody, and hope you woke up this morning. Is supposed will be very helpful and useful, and you'll get a lot of things, important things, interesting things to start your career. But before we start look at my presentation, I'd like to know some details about you. Do you have any IT experience? So please write in the chat if you have some experience in software development, or maybe you just studying at university or any other, maybe high school, maybe college or somewhere else. I'd like to know you better and maybe try to focus on some specific things regarding your answers. So I'd like to, where are you and where are you from and uh, where are what experience do you have? Okay, and maybe the second question also is about technologies and skills you're interested in, because we prepared something from our past experience, but I'd like to know what is your what are your preferences? What technologies do you prefer to study, to use, and what technologies you'd like to focus in your future? Okay, great, great. Thank you all, and suppose it's good start for us, and let's take a look at some details on EPAM and about our university programs. First of all, about us. We are a worldwide company, and we are working in more than 50 countries, sorry. And almost all of our EPAMers, our employees are engineers, which means that we primarily focus on engineering, on software development, on some services, and just to avoid some extra questions regarding, perhaps you didn't hear about EPAM as some vendor where you can use our software, but because we just focus on our business clients. So we just deliver service to business, to our partners, and we develop quite complex solutions for them. For this, for about almost 30 years of experience. And we work together with different brands, different partners, different stakeholders of our activities. And you see just some short list, maybe of the most known and well known our partners, but it's not the full list. We have more than 100 partners across the world, and we close work with them and help to improve what we have all together in our software world. We have huge experience in different directions, in different skills, which means that we have solutions which are organized in cloud with quite good protection and security. We have solutions for which include some e-commerce things. We work a lot with some in different environment. We work with some technologies. Uh, we also focus on some kind of integration of different elements, and of course management. And maybe the most important for me, we also are experts in education. We have really, for about these 30 years of our company, uh, about 25 we have some educational activities. That's why really we have really huge experience in doing that, and hope we can help also you to become better and become a software engineer. If you're talking about industries, really very long list. At the same time, we have some focused industries where we start working with clients long time ago, like financial services, retail and distribution, some travel and hospitality. And also we have something new, something interesting, like business information services or healthcare care. Of course, software and high tech, it's our primary focus for today. So a lot of things really, and it's hard to tell everything about everything. So uh, if you have any questions regarding our past experience or current experience in different technologies, in different industries, we can also discuss this topic. And we also are quite recognized by Forbes, by Fortune, but also the most important for me is LinkedIn, because we were recognized as the best cultural learning talent award. So we have really very good experience, and I hope uh, we can share with you the most useful things today and of course in the future. Regarding our approach, we really work for more than 20 years, about 25 years. And for this time, we graduated really thousand, suppose 10 or 20,000 juniors. Of course, they are at this moment, all of them, or almost all of them, are not juniors. They are some of them are leads, seniors, maybe managers for this long time. But of course, somebody still are juniors, especially if they finished our courses several months ago or just maybe half year ago. But anyway, really, we have like university family, and really a lot of our graduates uh, found a job in industry and successfully still working, can keep working in this industry. About us, um, different skills and different directions, really a lot. Of course, there are more popular like Java. It's just my observation. Perhaps you have some other thoughts, but Java or front end with JavaScript or Python looks like the most popular, but really a lot of directions. For example, at this moment, data directions is quite popular, and that's why we'll have uh, speaker and some speech on this topic, but not only really. And we have really strong our in-house education center, which means that we focus on external audience like you, all of you, and also we have quite strong education things uh, in our company, and it is available for all EPAMers. And we have different levels of these courses. If you just looking for any opportunities in IT, we have something to offer you, and you can start from almost from the scratch. If you have some experience, you also have uh, something to find, and suppose we also can help you regarding this topic. And we really believe that our talents, our juniors, can help to grow us and help to grow uh, all industry. And of course, we also are really focus on to help new joiners, to help beginners to reach their goals and to get at least this first job. As I told you, different skills, different directions, and you can find a lot in our pool, in our list. Of course, sometimes you can find only one course or several courses on some topics. Just keep looking at uh, this list, just follow our updates, and suppose you'll find what you're looking for. And how as I told you, different education formats. You can start and join us with some self-paced courses, and quite often it starts from the very beginning. Like if you don't have or almost don't have any IT experience, of course, better to have something, better to know something, but when you don't have such experience, it's also a good place to start. There are also other formats like something more classic, like when we have some lectures, when you join couple times per week to some groups and work together on that. Of course, we have some kind of full-time education and internship. Of course, a lot of mentoring approaches and mentoring programs. And the last thing, but not the least, really, I really proud of such activity. It's like a project practice, because usually the very big blocker when you start the career is experience. And when you join some company, uh, quite often we have requirement, please share your experience. But if you just joiner, if you just, for example, graduate university, you don't have such experience. Maybe you just have some pet projects, but nothing more. And in our case, we can help with this experience. When during education, our participants are able to join projects, teams. Yeah, of course, they develop something, how to say, maybe not so real, or just like um, charity activity. So we don't get anything for that. It's just experience for participants, but you can take part in such activity and really have to really understand how it works, and much more to take part in such activity as engineer, software engineer. Then perhaps you have a question how to join us. First of all, you should go to training.epam.com. Register here and take English test to check your level. Then you can choose direction which you like. You can choose a training, some particular training or course you want to take part. Or if you don't decide, you can take career test. I'll share the link a couple minutes later. Also, you carefully should look at requirements, because if you choose some training which will start not from the scratch, we expect you to have some previous background. At least, for example, if you join some Java training, we expect you to know how to write at least simple program on Java. Maybe something more. Of course, it depends on training level, and I really hope you read really careful all these requirements and check if you can fit these requirements. Then you also have a lot of, you can find here a lot of useful materials in our blog, because sometimes when you don't know how to start, you can find answers in blog. If you don't know what things you should prefer to study, or maybe in what sequence you should build this education flow, you also can find it on our blog. Or at least English, how to improve your English. It's also you can find also article in our blog regarding this topic. And as soon as you decide to join some program, some course, you just pass this selection, some receive invite on some program, and of course do your best to and enjoy our journey. Well, at this moment, sorry, maybe not this moment, because already 2022 almost finished, but for last year, 2021, we graduated more than 3,000 juniors, and they joined EPAM. And really, I'm proud of this number. But much more important that it's only number of juniors who join EPAM, and there are also some number, quite big number, of graduates who finished our courses and joined other companies. So suppose it's quite good opportunity. And as I promised, here you can find the link on this test, and you can try to understand how to what skill or what direction will be better for you. We'll share this link again if you need it. And perhaps the last, but not the least, as I told you, if you decide to join us, um, we offer a quite flexible approach. We don't have some uh, strict working day hours. It's quite flexible. Of course, we have something special for some projects, but in general, it looks quite promising. A lot of different time of course, healthcare and health coverage. One more time, the most important, I'll highlight it more and more. It's training opportunities and education opportunities, some relocation options, some recognition opportunities, really a lot of things, and maybe quite important, it's competitive salary. And that's all from my side. Hope my presentation was useful, and I'm ready to answer your questions.
Hi, Alexei, one more time. Thank you so much. I hope you already answered a lot of questions from our audience. But, guys, we have 4 minutes for your questions. So don't hesitate and write it in the chat. Alexei can comment everything and give you his personal advice. Yes, so while you are writing, I would ask you about English level. Is it important for technical specialists, and what English level our candidates need for successful career in IT?
Oh, yeah, great. Thank you for question. And perhaps the most important, because I like to tell you that to tell everybody that first language you should study in IT is English. If you, of course, don't know English well. Why? Because it's very how to say, worldwide industry, and you'll have colleagues from different countries, especially at EPAM, and you need somehow to communicate and negotiate with them. So we expect your English should be quite good, and if you are talking about level, at least B1, but of course it's better to have B1 plus or B2.
Okay, thank you. And now we have more questions for in our chat. So let me comment about some local questions when you ask when will be the next, for example, Java in Poland. Unfortunately, Alexei doesn't know all the schedule in every country, I suppose.
I can
So
tell soon. I-
okay.
Really in a lot of countries will open Java and test automation. It
Mm-hmm.
will be a new format like self-paced, but we are working on that, and really in several days, maybe several weeks, we'll open this course, these
Okay,
two
great.
courses. Mhm.
Okay, so guys, if for now you don't see the course that you'd like to join, you can go to a training portal. You can subscribe. So choose your country and choose the directions that you are interested in. And when you subscribe, you will receive an email as soon as the program will be opened for the registrations. So go to training.epam.com and check all the information. Okay, we have a lot of questions. Unfortunately, only 1 minute. Let me try to find something super, super, super interesting. Is it possible to join a PAM without previous experience and not studying any courses?
Very good question. It depends on your knowledge. If you have um, some, for example, good knowledge in Java, if you have some pet projects you did it by yourself, suppose it's possible. But of course, depends on a lot of details. I had experience in the past that usually um, experience is not enough. But really, I also had examples when some students, by the way, second or third year of university studies, uh, have this experience, knows some technology quite good with several pet projects, and really, more or less, they can join company as junior software engineer. But of course, honestly speaking, from my previous experience, it's just more exceptions than usual case. Quite often, you need to take something more to study something more, dive deeper into important things. Hope
Thank
I
you,
answer.
Oleksiy. Yes, we also have a lot of questions. As you did an announcement about Java and test automation, now everyone wants to know about his or her country. So if you have some other pre-announcements about front end, for example, and about .NET, we have a lot of questions. So if you can share it, it will be great.
Okay, just from the top of my head, because I don't remember everything. What really I remember? We'll have Java and test automation in Poland, um, then Romania, Croatia, and suppose Spain. Uh, then we'll have some data directions, at least in Poland and Romania. Then we'll have also we have .NET open only in Romania, just because in other countries we are working on that or just finished um, registration and selection process. Then front end, great question. Honestly speaking, I don't remember. So sorry, I cannot answer.
Maybe I remember Romania and front end this year. Maybe.
Oh
Yes, I
yeah, Ira,
know.
thank you.
Mhm.
At least Romania, but nothing more. Sorry, really, I don't remember everything.
Okay, thank you so much. We need to go ahead. So thank you for your speech. Guys, we'll try to answer your questions in the chat or cover it during the event later.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Bye.
Guys, we have some small changes in our agenda. According to some technical issues, we need to make changes, and now we'll have speech not about Java but about DevOps. And Java will be later at 1 a.m. Sorry for this problems. If you was waiting and you can't join later, of course, you can watch the recording. And one more time, sorry for the situation. So now I invite our next speaker, Pawel Piwosz, to tell us about DevOps Bike. Is DevOps any different than riding bike in a rainy night? Very intrigue title. Hi, Pavel.
Yes, hi. And yes, as you said, first of all, I'm sorry for this change, but as you can see, I'm right now in airport, so it's quite interesting place to give a speech. And I
Maybe you'll have
found a place.
some more participants at the airport.
Um, mm, no. Anyway, yes, this. So the if I knew that this will be that kind of environment, maybe I will change the bikes to airports. But anyway, right. So
Okay.
yeah,
Okay,
sorry
Pavel,
for
the
any
stage
kind
is
of yeah.
yours.
All
So
right.
I'm leaving.
Mm-hmm.
You have your 30 minutes and see you later.
Sure, of course. Thank you very much. So, hello everyone. I try to be kind of quick because I look on my battery life and yeah, I didn't realize how fast the batteries are drained. Anyway, so today we tend to say that we need to be DevOps, we need to be DevOps engineers, we need to go with DevOps practices. Our organization must be DevOps, etc., etc. But really, how the road to it looks like, how we can, let's say, tell the story about it, right? So one day I had this thing in mind that DevOps is something special, and I'd like to tell you this story. So let's continue. My name is Pawel Piwosz, and as you can see, I like using bikes and go by bike into different places, into different weather conditions, let's say. And I am a lead system engineer here at EPAM for 3.5 years right now. I'm DevOps Institute ambassador, also AWS community builder, and City Foundation ambassador. So I do things around, and I love riding. Okay, so previously we had like an approach which was called waterfall. It was simple, it was like a straight line, the beautiful views, everything is great. And on the end, we realized that while this peak is honestly speaking not available for us because it's closed or it's too the path is too hard or there is some kind of crack which we cannot jump on, etc., right? And but still on the beginning of the road, everything looks like a beautiful day. And then we have something new, agile, right? So we started to have agile approach, and everything changed, right? We decided to go with new approaches, then approach to infrastructure, approach to deployments, approach to like operational work stayed a little bit behind this development approach. So we introduced DevOps, right? So we wanted speed, we wanted automation, we wanted better accuracy, repeatability, observability, kind of new buzzword, reliability. Generally speaking, we want DevOps, right? And DevOps, what is DevOps? This is a person? Is it a person? Like a DevOps engineer? Or maybe it's a team of people with different kind of skill sets? That's a good question. But anyway, we wanted to have leaders which will drive the this kind of automation stuff, reliability, speed, delivery, etc., etc., forward and faster and faster and faster. But also not only the leaders, but also the best toolset available, right? So we were looking and we're still looking, constantly looking for the new, better, nicer, faster, more secure, etc., tools and approaches. But do we have any challenges with that? I mean, yeah, we have, and a lot of them. The main mistake is that if we say we are agile and we have DevOps, it doesn't mean that we are agile and we do DevOps, right? That's why we need to think a little bit. So even taking the best possible people, even taking the best possible tools, it doesn't mean that your organization is really driven in DevOps way, right? More likely you are going to crash because there will be like a different speeds between the organization and between the, let's say, expectations and capabilities of these great people and great tools, right? So before you go with like a full really expensive but great, really automated DevOps, we need to learn how to do that, right? This is the first step. This is the first thing which we need to do. And it's hard. We need to learn the best practices. We need to find those best practices, right? We need to know where the traps are. We need to learn by enabling the, let's call it, it's bad description, but failing culture, right? So fail is part of the learning process, right? So we have no blaming culture. We look on our mistakes try to fix it, and then we go on, right? So that way we can avoid to even repeat simple mistakes. We need to learn how to select the proper tools, because if we select, whatever, and maybe not even whatever, but we have 5 teams and 5 teams select completely different tools, and then we need to pay for the licenses for those tools. It's maybe not necessarily the best choice, right? Um, then the organization will start to realize that what they dreamed of is kind of, fast speed, fast pace, delivery, no errors, yeah, beautiful word, is a little bit different, right? And you are facing a lot of interesting opportunities, right, to fix. And you start to, build kind of your own road to achieve the goal, because it's exactly the same thing. Like probably some of you already heard about Spotify model in Agile. This is very, very famous and very powerful buzzword, Spotify model. And honestly, if you want to work with in Spotify model, go and work for Spotify, but do it like 15 years ago, because right now this what we know as a Spotify model is like outdated, right? So every organization is different. So every organization needs to kind of align the best practices, best approaches, structures, maybe even sometimes regulations to their to the life, let's say, right? And then we go to phase two. And in phase two, we hired people, right, with the best of them. We had a lot of discussions about the bright future, and everything looks very promising. That the sun is even more sunnier, the grass is even more green. Everything is beautiful. But in fact, when we start adopting DevOps, it becomes a little bit awkward, because DevOps starts here in the mind, right? And this mind is not only in the head of a person who is this DevOps guy, but also in the team, in the organization. This is very important here. So it is really like the right in the middle of the night, because you realize that you need to plan forward. And even if you plan forward, there are a lot of unexpected things in the road. So you need to be prepared to quickly change things like direction, single move with the with your bike, etc., etc. So this is kind of important. So it looks hard, right? But it's not really that hard. This is really enjoyable journey, and when you in the future will look back on this time when you implemented DevOps in the organization, you will feel the satisfaction. Believe me, I know what I'm saying. Okay? But also, what we need to face is that everyone has their own opinion about DevOps. So what is DevOps? What is the definition of DevOps? What DevOps should do, right? So again, you need to craft the definition or help the organization to craft this definition for their own specific use, right? It may lead to problems, of course, but on the end of the day, there will be some agreement. Well, so yes, everyone wants to win, right? But we need to think that we need to win as an organization, because this is the only way how we can win. We are winning as a team, we are losing as a team, right? Not a person. So in DevOps, very often we need to do things manually, right? So it's not only about the automation for in any cost, right? There are things which we do manually. We need to be able to explain to others, to teammates, to people in the company what DevOps is, how it works, right? We need to present the reality from the proper perspective. This is possible. This is not possible. This will be possible if, etc., etc. Right? We have to be guards of the best practices, especially if we say things about delivery, about CI/CD, right? Automations, etc. We have to predict what may happen if we implement some solution, right? We need to think how well things which we do are coordinated with the whole picture, right? We need to think about the balance between the technology and business. Example, if your application contains one container, it's not necessarily needed to have like a full-blown Kubernetes cluster. Right? We will need to think if you are able to manage and even avoid obstacles. You need to think how you will deal with technical debt, how you will deal, or if you want to use like a modern approach to deliver in old style. Still, it's possible, but it is worth it? That's the question, right? You need to align the speed of the processes, the speed of your work to the speed of the organization, right? You are able to be the driver to change of the speed, but you need to remember about that. You have to have metrics, and yes, DevOps can be measured. And this is quite surprising for many people, but yes, DevOps can be measured. So it's important to be aware that there are measurements which we can use, right? And what we do if something happens, how we maintain our processes, our functionalities, our tech stack in order to avoid failures, right? Are we flexible to, to change something? Example, you work like 2 months on implementation of some system, and then there is a decision that, well, we need to go with something else. How do you feel about that? What you will do? What will be your attitude to this? This is quite important, right? Are you able to work with that, right? Do you use shortcuts? Are you ready for using shortcuts? Are you aware what can happen if you use shortcuts? Do you build something really looking great, but totally useless? This is not DevOps, right? Or you just use your position to show up, right? So look, I'm great. I can automate everything, but what is the purpose, right? What is the business value of it? What you adding to the value of the business? So please remember, DevOps is a teamwork, always. DevOps enables automation and unified approaches. DevOps as a process, as a mindset, as a culture, right? We enable this approach, these things like automation, right? So DevOps is not really about automation. DevOps is about the enabling automation, right? In DevOps, we say very often that ownership for processes, for products, projects is very important, right? We show the right directions. Honestly, DevOps very often has kind of broad vision of the market, of the possibilities, of the processes, of the approaches, best practices, new fancy stuff, etc., etc., etc. Right? We can drive the change. If the organization is driven by DevOps, we are able to have very, very significant impact on the organization and their position, right? And DevOps has really many flavors, right? We can stay as a person who will do technical stuff, enable CI/CD, do something in the cloud, build Docker containers, create automation with Ansible, take care about Linux servers, or like me right now, going to the customer, enabling different areas with the customer, speaking on conferences, enabling others, teaching others, creating models, creating frameworks, etc., etc., etc. So there is a really vast number of possibilities here. But it is sometimes like a ride in the rainy night. So we need to be aware of it because it may happen, right? But on the end, you will enjoy the view and you will really like the journey, the trip you've taken, because this road gives a lot of satisfaction, believe me. And yeah, that's all from my side. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you enjoyed this kind of different type of presentation, but I believe it was at least entertaining. So thank you very much.
Thank you a lot, Pavel. Thank you. Thank you for joining in this airport conditions. Everything was great. I was afraid about some noises and people, everything,
Me
but
too.
looks great. Whew. So, guys, now you have an opportunity. We have 9 minutes for questions. So,
Woohoo.
you can ask everything about DevOps. Pavel is ready to answer. I even saw some questions in the chat previously. So I see one that we got during your speech, Pavel. How
Mhm.
can I start with DevOps? Let me show it on the screen. How can I start with DevOps, especially on which stack I
Mhm.
should focus more?
That's a very good question and very tough question, really, because as I said, DevOps has really many flavors. So thank you, Andrew. Really appreciate your comment. The thing is that it is very good to start understanding uh, the processes, the mindset behind the DevOps first, right? So a little bit about Agile, a little bit about what DevOps mindset is, and to understand the role, how DevOps can fulfill like a, let's say, missing part in the organization. Um, Now, from the technical perspective, it it really depends in which area you want to be the best, right? It may be cloud, it may be containerization, it may be security, it may be CI/CD, right? Uh, System administration. This, however it sounds, it's still part of our work, right? We are going into the containers, we are going into serverless, but believe me, there is somewhere there's Linux, and you need to take care about that. What I would like to suggest is to simply build some application using modern approaches. Example: there are some simple projects like pet clinics. So you can take this project, uh, automate deployment with Ansible, for example, then Dockerize this application, create CI/CD pipeline to build the containers, then create the cloud environment to deploy these containers there. So you are going like step by step with different, let's call it DevOps technologies, but in some organized, structured, and kind of uh, real scenario way, right? So this is something what I could recommend here.
Thank you a lot. We have a lot of nice comments that it's best presentation ever, best pictures ever. Thank you, Pavel. And
Thank you.
one more question from our chat. Is it a good idea to have pet project with CI/CD project implemented with AWS and trying to find position having a project?
You know, the problem is that it's quite hard to find a position without experience, right? But for sure, interviewers, well, like me, are interested also in not only with like a solid experience in the production, but also how open you are, how you uh, spend time to prepare things. Do you enjoy building something at your home? Um, are you open to learn? How you learn? Are you really kind of a passionate person, right? And having this kind of projects, and when you are able to explain some things, oh, I got a problems here, I didn't know what to do, so I build it this way. It helps. It helps a lot. So it is a good idea.
Okay, thank you. One more interesting question from Andrei. What type of a person is the best at DevOps?
When I joined IT or when I came to IT 25 years ago, I thought that I'm not going to IT to talk to people. But the point is that you need to be strong technically, yes, right? You need to have some area of expertise, technical expertise. But DevOps is related uh, to the process, to the culture. And that means that also you need to be able to speak with people, listen what they say to you, what they expect, and um, not accommodate everything because this is impossible, right? And then not always has sense. But I think you have to have the on some point in some point of your career you will need this have this kind of people skills, right? To build the connection, to build the cooperation, to tight tight connections inside the team, to build a relationship with the other teams, with customers. So it is mix of everything.
Great, thank you one more time. Our chat is very quick, so I'm trying to find. I saw one question more. Here it is. Could you provide your opinion
Mm.
on the importance of understanding networking in DevOps and how beginners can build related skills and practice it in real life?
Mm. Very, very interesting question. Thank you very much. Networking is important. Even if we go into cloud, networking is still important because on the end of the day, when you build a solution in the cloud, when you develop some solution in the cloud, there is still some network, or there are at least needs to have the network. So you should be familiar with not only that in AWS I need to have VPC with something, but why, how it is connected, what it do, right? For load balancers, you will have a question in interview, what is the difference between application and network load balancer? You need to know on which layer they are operate and what this layer is. But from other hand, you don't need to be really a specialist in network area. At least not if network is your like a main scope, right? So you need to be familiar with it, but not as a kind of expert. At least this is my personal opinion. And as I am here for the longer time and I follow my opinion in this case, I think it works. So I will go with this direction. If you not work with the networks, some basic understanding of addressing what is the private range, what is the range, how to build the connections between networks, between resources in networks, etc., etc. How to control this traffic. This is the most important thing. How beginners can build the related skills by experimentation, right? Join some free programs. There are labs. For example, AWS has a lot of labs. Microsoft also has a lot of labs, which you can do. Build some kind of small but still working project. So this is the way how you can build your knowledge, right? Yeah, that's my answer here.
Okay, thank you, Pavel. Thank you for great speech, really great slides, nice
Thank you.
pictures. We'll share it with our participants after the event. We have a lot of jokes. Are you traveling with your bike in the airport?
No.
No, unfortunately, not this day.
No.
Yes.
Yes, no this day.
Okay. So thank you so
But I
much.
have
Thank you for
strong
joining.
connection. Yeah, I have strong connection with my bike by SPT pedals. So if I fail, my bike lands on my back, man. So
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for joining today and have a safe trip today.
thank you, thank you,
Thank
thank you,
you.
and
Bye.
enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Bye. And guys, the time is running so quick, and let's jump into our next speech. I'm happy to invite our next speaker. It will be Diego Messala, Senior Software Engineer from EPAM Spain. Hola, Diego.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Welcome everyone. So today we are going to talk about the different professional roles in the data world. One of the things we discussed internally, this is actually a hot topic due to the amount of differences between the technical people and also HR and all, for sure, the students who want to decide their career path. So that's why we decided to include this topic to introduce yourself a little bit about the data projects and how the different roles apply their responsibilities and the skill set you need to have in order to become data experts in this particular world.
Okay, sounds really interesting, Diego. So the stage is yours, and enjoy your speech and your audience.
Thank you, Rina. Okay, hi guys. Like I said, we're going to talk about this hot topic, like I said, and we're going to talk about a little bit regarding the different roles that can be part of a data project. But before we start, allow me to introduce myself a little bit so you have a better understanding of also my skill set, because the data world is kind of huge. So like I said, my name is Diego Messala. I work in EPAM as a senior software engineer in the data analytics and visualization department. I work as a resource manager as well here in EPAM, and besides my project assignments in data analytics projects. At the bottom, you can see some of my technical background and some technical certification from Microsoft as well. But now let's jump directly to the main topic of our talk: a data project and the professional roles involved that work in it. Okay. So here we have, let's say, like a landscape, okay, or a high-level view of a data project. Okay, this is how a data project takes place. It doesn't mean that all the projects will have this scope, but definitely it's a common landscape. So the data flow starts with the different sources of data that we'll have in our company, let's say, or in the client's company. We have raw data from multiple places and from multiple locations, and also from multiple formats. Okay, so the way we need to source is a little bit different. And the idea is always try to combine all the different sources into a single store location. After that, we want to clean that data, analyze it, and extract some conclusions so the end user can improve the decision-making process. Usually that's the main output or objective on, I would say, almost all the data project or data-related project. Okay, the idea is every time you work with the data, It's to get some insight out of it so you can deliver those business conclusions to the end client or the customer so they can make better decisions on time, based on timing and accuracy, of course. But now let's see how these different roles interact and jump in between these phases. So here we have like a continuum, let's say, between the technical side on the left side and the business side on the left side or the right side of the screen. And we will see the different roles based on the, let's say, relationship and closeness between these two segments. So here we have almost all. There are some roles that are not being included here due to the relationship that we have in between each other. Okay, let's say that some other roles work on their own and are kind of related, but these are like the most common roles or position in a data project. At first, we have the data architect, who, let's say, he's in charge of designing the conceptual and logical data model as well as the flowchart. Okay, basically, this person designs the blueprint of the project, and he needs to keep an eye on it during its implementation. Okay? So he's like the master plan designer of this data solutions, okay, and the integration between all the tools. Then we have another role or another position, which is called database administrator, or also known as DBA. This person is in charge of the maintenance of the data in the different databases. So this role basically needs to consider some data management topics such as privacy, security, level of access, integrity of the data, and of course some what's called disaster recovery. Okay, what happened if they have a shortcut on the company, or the company sets us on fire, in terms of backup and that kind of stuff. Okay, so it's the guardian, let's say, of the data. After that, we have another key role that's called the data engineer. Basically, this person, what it does is try to pull the data or combine the data from the multiple sources that we saw at the beginning into a common place, which is called data warehouse. Okay, so that's why it try to integrate the different tools that needs to be done in order to perform this workflow, and how to pull the data from one place to another using this common pipelines. Okay, so as of these three first profiles, let's say three roles are related with the data, but in a high scale way. Let's say. So they're not taking a look actually at the data by itself. They are not analyst profiles. Okay, they are not related with the analysis. They are more related with the design of the solution. And the last three positions are more related actually with the data by itself. I mean, taking a look at the data and extracting conclusions. Okay? But there are a difference between a data scientist, analyst, and a business analyst. So now let's see one by one. First of all, have the data scientist. Okay, this is a key role for large projects, because basically this guy is the one who will know the most about handling or analyzing a huge amount of data. Okay? So in order to do that, it's impossible to do it, I mean, manually, analyzing with your own eyes all the millions or billions of rows that you can have from the multiple platforms. So this person, what needs to do is basically create predictive models and machine learning algorithm. So basically, he creates a model that what it does is you train it, and once you train it, say, okay, this is what happened in the past. Okay, so is there any way that you can predict what's going to happen in the future based on all the events in the past? And that kind of algorithm, okay, it's based on machine learning and artificial intelligence, of course, basically it's all the work related with the data scientist. Okay. But once he or she creates these algorithms and these machine learning models, what this person needs to do is present this information, those insights, of course, to the end users. Okay, or let's say to the business as a whole. So another part of his role is to present that information using, some visually appealing tools. It's called the data visualization tools. Okay? So that's another key part of his role. Then we have another position, again, more related with the analysis of the data by itself, which is called the data analyst. Okay? So this person, instead of taking a look at the future, let's say, and the trendings using predictions based on AI or machine learning algorithm, what it does is focus the analysis from a different perspective. It's more, it's closer definitely to the business. So always keep an eye on the KPIs that they want to monitor, and they basically understand the data from a different perspective. So they take a look at some business processes. They use statistical techniques to analyze the data from a different perspective. What's going on right now or in the close past? Okay. So we are not talking about forecasting. We're not talking about predictions. We are explaining or showing the business what's going on today in the company, okay, from multiple perspectives, and allowing the users, of course, to play a little bit with this information as well. So another part that's super important for the data analyst, of course, it's a good analytical skill set for sure, but also it's the presentation skills. So that's why the data visualization techniques and the use of data visualization tools is like a critical skill set need to become a data analyst. Okay? And after that, we have the, let's say, the latest role closer by far with the business, which is the business analyst. So this person, it's kind of hybrid role between an IT profile and a business profile. Okay. Basically, what it does, this person does, is create a relationship with the end user, and he's like his lawyer. So if the client says, "Okay, I need required to see the information this way, and this is the KPI I want to take a look at, and this is how the information needs to be stored, etc., etc." All the requirements from the client. This business analyst makes sure that these things happen. Okay, so he's the touch point usually between the team and the business. Okay, they will act as a bridge because they are the best in order to translate the business requirements into technical requirements. Okay, sometimes it's kind of hard to talk from a hard technical profile with a business user who doesn't know anything about IT, okay, or how this data world works. So this business analyst acts as a bridge, let's say, to connect these two worlds. So their soft skills definitely are a huge hot topic, let's say, or a hot skill that needs to be developed to become a business analyst. Okay. Now, let's see what are the top required skills in order to become each of these roles in the future. Okay. Again, there are like the top 5. In some cases are specific topics. In some other are, let's say, concepts that group a lot of subtopics. Like, for example, if we start again from left to right, a data architect, again, it's the person who designs the solution. So he needs to keep an eye on the large picture, okay, like the big scale. So you need to have some knowledge or key concepts regarding data warehousing, data modeling, ETL, in order to pass the information from one side to another. Some coding languages as well. Usually Python is a hot skill, definitely to manage data, as well as SQL. That Python is a little bit more flexible, let's say. and some other technologies related with big data. Okay. Then the database administrator is more focused on, like I said, he's the guardian, the paladin of data. So he needs to, obviously, he needs to know how to handle the data. So the main skill, let's say, or coding language to manage data in a structured way, it's SQL. Okay, it's structured query language. And then he needs to know some other things related with data in terms of security, in terms of modeling, in terms of backup and recovery, and this disaster management that I already mentioned. Then from the data engineer perspective, definitely have and something that you will see here with the skills, and there are gray areas between different roles. So in some cases, you can have a project that is not big enough, let's say. So more than one role is fulfilled by a single person. So for example, in my case, I work as a data analyst, but I started as a business analyst because I have a financial background that allows me to have a better interpretation of the data and the requirements from the business unit. And then I start moving from the business to the technical side. Okay. So in my case, sometimes if the project is not that big or the team size is not that big, so we don't have, or we cannot afford having all these roles, what's going to happen is that you need to cover 2 roles. Okay. So that's why there are multiple concepts or skills that are shared, let's say, between different roles. And one is, for example, like I said, data analyst and business analyst. Another one is data architect and data engineer. There's some cases that the data engineer and the database administrator, DPA, also can be kind of I mean, in an ideal world, it should be 2 separate roles. But in sometimes it's one person who manages the data, okay? And it involves all that work in a single role. So that's why you will see that there are some topics or skills that are shared. For example, knowing about ETL or SQL or Python, because it's the way we need to know in order to handle the data. And another thing you need to consider, of course, besides the specific skill set for a position, is to also, in order to grow and develop your professional career, is to have an idea, at least in the big picture, about the responsibilities and the skill set from your colleagues. So for example, in my case, I'm a data analyst. But I say previously I work as a business analyst, so I know how, let's say, to do that job. But also I need to know a little bit about the skill set or the responsibilities of the data engineer or the DBA, because I'm in close contact with them as well. So in some cases, I don't know if they ask for help or if I need to have a better understanding of what they do in order to understand the problems, the bottlenecks, or how they do their job. It's also a good, let's say, a highlight in your CV, let's say, if you are capable of understanding how the whole project works, even if you don't have enough skills in order to develop, I don't know, a data architect, business analyst profile. It's almost impossible, okay, because there are different careers. But you should be able to identify which part of the process needs to be done by every specific role. Okay. And now one big question that usually I hear when I talk with people or students who wants to jump into the data world is this one. Is okay, where do I start? Seems like a huge world. Usually now we're not talking about Excel files with 10 rows. We're talking about big data environments. I need to know a lot of coding languages. I need to know a lot of data handling best practices or design principles. And okay, where can I start? So the good thing about this specific world is that we have a lot of material available, and that's why that was mentioned during a previous call. English is a must in this world. But the good thing is that there are pretty programs, let's say, instead of unique or single training or courses related with how to become a data analyst, business analyst, DBA, and stuff like that. So you don't need to learn like a specific tool. I mean, of course, you need to learn all of them. But the good thing is that there's, for example, Microsoft offers some learning path, let's say, in order to become a specific role. So you will have access to a lot of content and all the different tasks you need to take care of while you're developing or you're working under a specific role. Okay. Here I offer you just a short list of the most common sites, okay, where you can have some materials in order to get started with this world. Like I said, the first 5, for example, are for like general data topics. Most of them have this kind of learning path, okay, already structured like a block. So there are a lot of models that are touching all the different skill set you need in order to become a specific role. And then you have on group 2 and 3 some specific websites or platforms in order to practice specific tools more related with the coding skills. Okay, like for example, how to handle data with SQL or Python or R, or start creating your own algorithms if you want to become a data scientist. So that will be all from my side. Probably there are going to be like a lot of questions. So let me know if I can help you with some of those questions.
Thank you, Diego. Thank you. It's really interesting, and it's very important to know the difference between different data directions, because usually data science is the most popular and like branded title. But today you showed us that there are many different IT specialization in the direction of data. Thank you a lot. We have some questions, so now I will check the chat and show you what we have here. First of all, I have a question about career development in EPAM. Can data analyst become a data scientist in EPAM?
Absolutely, absolutely. And the good thing about EPAM, and I think one of the main highlights in terms of career development, is that we have a lot of mentoring programs. Okay, so for example, I'm a mentor in a data analytics program. So people who want to switch, let's say, their role or their career from one position to another, in spite of the level, can sign in or register to these programs, and you will have like a one-to-one mentoring program. So you can, of course, have access to a lot of material created by experts, and also have the opportunity to have this one-to-one meetings, and that's in order to solve some doubts and take a look at some of your technical questions that you may have. And also there are some exercises, like for example, simulating a meeting with the client, or what if you want to present this information, which is the best way to present it, the do's and don'ts, and stuff like that. So for every single position, I would say there are a lot of ways to develop it. One is, of course, with self-learning material. Some others you have mentoring programs, but definitely switching position from one role to another, actually it's a common practice, and actually it's kind of good practice, let's say, for yourself in order to improve a little bit your skill set or your CV, let's say, to have a better understanding of the different roles.
Thank you a lot. One more question from our chat from Alexander. Hola, Diego. Could you please advise us on current trends in the field? So what would you recommend to keep an eye on, like AWS, SAP, Oracle, etc.?
Well, that's a very good question. I mean, definitely one of the topics that I would say in the last 5 years it's increasing a lot is everything related with RPA. okay, and then process automation. And one of the approaches I usually have on this kind of data projects is I need to, of course, work with the data, but besides the data, there are some other business process that runs in the back. And that process automation, I think, is one of the most, in my perspective, of course, one of the most hot topics that from the business is consumed a lot of human hours or manual works that definitely companies need to automate as much as possible in order to reduce their costs. But in order to perform those automation, you need to have some coding languages or coding skills, let's say. So that will be one part. And another one is the integration between the tools. So, for example, in my case, I'm an expert in the Microsoft suite, okay, and the integration all between those tools. So I would think that the trend, let's say, in this case, is companies will try to stick with one solution. In some cases, it's, of course, easier or faster. In some others, it's really complex. But I think one of the ideas, let's say, or the trends, sorry, is to simplify a little bit the amount of softwares here and there in order to that take part on this kind of project, because you will have one database, another application for this, another application for that, one reporting platform, one visualization platform, one data warehouse, the two databases. So there are a lot of tools, let's say, that are being part of the project. So one of the things I noticed through the last few years is the trend of trying to combine them and reduce them by using a single vendor. So if you have some expertise in the suites of platforms that one vendor uses, in spite of which one, this could be AWS, Google, Microsoft, or whatever, I think that's also another highlight in your profile.
Great, thank you a lot. Our participants ask you to show your previous slide where you prepared some educational platforms. Yes. Okay, thank you guys. You can make screenshots or let me remind that we'll send all slides after the event via email to all registered users. So don't be afraid that you'll lose something. Okay, I have one question from myself, Diego. Can you tell us about English level? Is it important for juniors in data, and where do you need it in your job?
Well, I would say it's not needed. I say it's mandatory. I mean, it's a must-have. Today, I would say all the IT industry relies on a common language to do. Of course, after the pandemic, there is a new way of IT people who works as a whole team from multiple sites, from multiple locations. I cannot remember, to be honest, the last time I have a team from a single location or that share a single language. Okay, so for example, nowadays we're working a project with 10 people, and we are from 10 different places. And I would say, again, between 8 or 10 different languages. So definitely English is like the common glue that allows us to communicate between ourselves. So that's one thing. And the second thing is usually all these training programs are based on English. It's kind of hard to find in some other languages. And also, if you want to become more like to work closer to coding platforms, basically most of them are based on English. I mean, the instructions you need to perform. So I would say it's not something like a nice to have, it's a must have.
Perfect, thank you a lot. And last question for today for you, Diego. So what is the best position to start career with data?
That's a tough question. Again, the thing is, from which side of the two fields, let's say, you want to be closer to. So that's the first decision you want to make. So you have the, let's say, technical side, you need to have some better hard skills, or related with the business side. Okay, so like I show you, let me go back for a second here. Okay, so you have like these two big worlds, the technological perspective and the end user perspective. And here we have from between the data engineer and the data scientist, say the difference or the limits between one group of people and the other group of people. So if you want to be closer to the technological side, I think DPA is like the first step, because there is a lot of room to become a junior database administrator. If you can get to know a little bit of SQL skills and data manipulation techniques, that will be like a nice first step. And if you want to be closer to the end user or to the analytical world, let's say, depending on your background, if you have some business background such as economics, finance, or whatever related with that kind of topics, definitely business analyst will be the easiest solution. But if you came from a more technological perspective or technological background, I think data analyst could be a nice starting point.
Perfect. Thank you a lot, Diego. Thank you one more time for great clarifying who is who in data world. And thank you a lot.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, guys, move to our next speaker. Don't lose the time. So let's talk about troubleshooting a front-end career. And Catalin Rauta, lead software engineer at EPAM Romania, will tell us more about this topic. Hi, Catalin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. I see you. I see your slides. Everything is okay. So, what have you prepared for us today?
Perfect. So for today, I prepared, let's say, a small plan, some steps to reproduce for a successful career, and also we will discuss about some problems or maybe some, let's say, edge corner cases of a front-end career. So that's why we are troubleshooting a front-end career, actually.
Sounds great. I know front end is usually very popular between juniors. So, guys, let's check how many future front end developers we have on the event. Write in the chat if you want to become front end developer. It will be great to know.
Yeah.
Okay, Catalin, the
Perfect.
stage is yours, and I'll come back for
Thank you.
questions.
Yes, thank you very much. Let's get into it. So first of all, there are some terms that are going around in software development, some, let's say, threatening titles and so on about the naming of our developers, let's say. And I just want to make this clear from the beginning so we don't have any doubt afterwards. So one thing that I heard not so far ago was something about a ninja developer. So from my understanding, this is how a ninja is actually looking like. And also, this is how a developer looks like. So I actually cannot see any similarities between these two. So I guess there are no ninja developers around here. But moving forward, there is another kind of developer that is very popular all around the world, and that it's the senior developer. Okay, what does a senior developer should look like, or how is it like senior developer? Because from my understanding, this is how a senior developer should look like. We don't have any senior developers at that age. At least I didn't met any so far, but this is how a senior developer should look like in my opinion. Okay, moving forward, this is me. This is a nice photo of myself that I'm using everywhere. My name is Rauta Catalin, and you can see that I'm a Ninja senior lead front-end developer. And doing all of this, I just want to share you about me some more details in order to understand what exactly am I doing here. So who am I? So I'm a front-end dev since like 2015. When I started with front-end development, I didn't went to college to finish something like a degree on front-end development or on software development. I was just learning by myself without a learning path, without I don't know, lots of features that we currently have in present, like different sites with organized structures of learning and so on. So I did it the hard way back in 2015. And since then, I've become a trainer and a mentor in 2018. What does that mean? A trainer means that I am keeping some technical projects and some technical presentations. I'm also teaching in some schools in Romania, software development, especially Angular. I'm a mentor also since 2018, which that means I have people that comes to me for advices and questions and so on, and I'm working close with them. A career coach, which means that I have people that I guide through their career. I'm doing like career paths with them and helping them to achieve their desired results. And also, since 2020, I am the head of Angular in EPAM Romania. Okay, enough about myself. That was a long introduction. The things that I want to address today is something close. Like I'm trying to make this presentation close to what you're feeling in this moment. So we have some topics like accept the unknown, finding the right path, importance of a mentor, and things like this that were actually very necessary in the beginning of my career, and I didn't have them. And I really hope that you can collect the information from here and you can adapt it to your own careers. Right. Let's not waste any more time. Let's just go to accepting the unknown. Right. In the beginning, we don't know lots of things, and can be a bit discouraging to see all these kinds of technologies that are present, and you have the feeling that everybody is knowing all of them and everybody is doing like them perfectly. They know everything. They don't search on the internet for them. They are just writing code from their own heads, which I can tell you from now, it's not true. And as outstanding can be that having that many technologies, which is actually a great thing in our era, the main thing that you need to understand when starting your career is that you don't need to know everything from the beginning. You have lots of time in your career to grow and to adapt all these skills when necessary. But I made this mistake in the beginning when I was thinking, okay, if I want to go to a job interview, then I need to know JavaScript, I need to know Angular, I need to know React, I need to know, I don't know, some backend, maybe Node.js, or maybe some databases or something like this. And it was all around my head, and it was like impossible to think about the complexity that I was putting myself into. And one thing, and it's really important for you to understand this, you don't need to know anything from the beginning. Everything, not anything. My mistake, everything. You should know some things. Okay, moving forward to finding the right path, which sometimes may be very difficult and very complex of thinking, okay, what is the right path? Well, there isn't a right path for everybody. So this is another thing that we need to agree on. The right path is personalized for each individual. And how we will do this? So let's start by understanding the expectations when trying to find the right path, right? What I'm trying to say in here. So we are thinking about, let's say, a front-end career, right? Okay, let's take let's look how a job opening for a front-end developer looks like. What are the requirements? What are the technologies needed and the skill set needed there? Because the guys from HR and the recruiting, they are putting lots of details into these job descriptions. So that will be a first step to understand what kind of skills do we need in order to be able to go to that interview and get that job. So very important, start by understanding the expectations. The other thing is think about what kind of person you are. So there are different kind of personalities all around this world, right? You can be like a creative person. You can be a more analytical person. You can be a team player, or you can be like an isolation character. This is not good and bad. This is all good because you know yourself and you know what kind of person you are. So in this direction, I can give you an example like this. If I am a creative person, right, then I can go to some front-end technologies to see what's happening, because I can create layouts, I can create designs, I can do things like this, with which an analytical person will hate to do so. So it's very important to know yourself and see the direction that you want to go, right? In this, and the next step is do more of what makes you happy. Another advice that I have here, if you're in the beginning of your career and you don't know actually if you like front end or if you like back end, then just invest some time in yourself and do them both. Just do them both for 1 week. Like first week, try to implement some front end thing on the internet. Try to play with some interface, some designs, and something like this. And play another week with, I don't know, some services, some databases, some algorithms, and so on. And actually do more of what makes you happy. So see which one of those are like suited for you and what are you feeling better doing, and just choose that one. You cannot make any mistake on your feelings. So keep that in mind. Right. On the next topic, we will discuss the importance of a mentor. So first, let's think about what a mentor is supposed to be. Some people may say that a mentor will be a person who will just show you the right path, right? I totally agree with that. But next one, a mentor should be somebody who will boost your career, who will like help you climb the ladder and so on. I agree with this also, but what I think it's most important of a mentor is just a person who can teach you how to think, how to implement some thinking mechanism in your brain to understand the problems that you see in front of you, understand the system that you are a part of. And it's not actually just a person who will help you moving forward. It's a relationship that you build with your mentor, a relationship that should last for your entire career. And from myself, I have 3 mentors. I had 3 mentors in all of my career so far, and I become really close friends with all of them. And still today we are discussing and arguing on some topics and so on. So that is the best part of it. Okay, moving forward on taking advantage of the momentum, but a small recap before going into this topic. So a small recap on what we discussed so far. First, we established that you are aware that you don't need to know everything. It's something that you realized and you now believe it, like from all of your heart. You are on the right learning path tailored to suit your talents. Again, you did some front end, you did some back end, you see what happens, which one gives you happiness, and you chose that one. You find joy in what you're doing, because this may sound childish and foolish, but this is very, very important in a career, because imagine the time span that you are using in your career. You are actually working a lot of time. So if you don't find joy in what you're doing, well, your career will not be that fun. It will be the opposite. And you found a mentor that can help you add essential ways of thinking in your skill box. Another thing, very, very important, right? Okay, so for this small recap, and if we do all of this from this slide, and we are like 100% complete with these ones, well, guys, in that case, believe me or not, it's that simple. You are taking advantage of the momentum, you are surfing, and you are rocking in your career. Everything is happening exactly as it's supposed to be, and results will appear very, very quick. But some very important thing to understand before moving forward, this small recap that we did earlier, believe it or not, it's repeating on each step in your career evolution. So it doesn't matter where are you seated in your career, how many things did you accomplish. These small steps, actually, if you imagine yourself like going from junior to mid-year, or from mid-year to senior developer, the picture that we had in the beginning, we need to stop for a second and we need to remind ourselves this small recap and these small essential things. Again, it's very, very important. From at least in the beginning, all of them are important, but after that, you already know that you don't know everything. But on the next steps, you need to know that you are on the right learning path. You need to find joy, and you need a mentor which will guide you to your next steps. Great. Moving forward, let's talk about the smooth ascension in the career. This topic, it's, I think, very, very relevant because I see lots of junior people, even in my departments in Romania and worldwide, that are trying to move very, very fast in their career. They are like trying to gain experience and just spend maybe just half a year of the junior, just moving forward to increase their income, to increase everything. And they are just rushing all this process, which, believe me or not, it's not a great idea to do that. It's not a great idea. The ascension in the career should be smooth, natural, and if you do this, you will always find joy. And I can give you an example in here. Let's suppose that you are a junior, and somehow you made the other people think that you're a media, right? They will put you in a project with media expectations. So your skill set in that moment, it's not ready for what they are throwing into you. So in that moment, if you rush that, you will get frustrated. You will get lots of bad things happening. So my advice for this one, just go as smooth as you can in your career. Try to grow naturally, try to gain experience, information, and so on, and do and enjoy each step, because all of these steps in a career are like very, very full of good feelings and so on. Good. Sorry for this. I have a small flu, right? But how do you count, or how do you measure your progress in your career? Well, that's a good word for this, and it's called milestones. So what is the power of milestones actually? Well, setting a milestone is actually setting your direction to something. So milestones are both a good way to prepare your future, like step by step. You need to do exactly, you know what to do to go to the next step. And also achieving milestones, it's a good way to look back and see some key points in your career that you achieved, and you know exactly what happened at each point. So the power of milestones, believe it or not, it sounds, again, childish, but it's really, really important to be structured in this way. And not only in your career, there's an advice from me, just be structured in everything that you're doing, not only in your career, but put some milestones and have some steps that you can do. Imagine your lives like a progress bar. Each day should add 1% more in there. All right. In order to set a milestone, we need to understand how we should set a milestone. What is a good milestone look like, and what is a bad milestone, let's say. So in order to do this, let's have a 1-1 with the milestones. So a good milestone should be reachable, right? We cannot imagine something that it's very hard to get. It should be reachable, right? I need to go to that point. It should be measurable. I should actually think about, okay, how much time it will take me to go from here to the reachable part of the milestone. Should be challenging, because if it's just a milestone like I need to walk from here to there, you don't get a big reward when you go over there. So you need a challenge, but again, you need to keep a balance between all these things, right? Milestone wannabe, for example, will be impossible to reach. What I was saying when talking about reachable, wannabe milestone will be infinite. It will be boring and it will be disappointing. So We need to focus on setting good milestones and keep track of them all the time. It's good to have not only one milestone, like going from here to there, just like a small one, but if you have something like a big thing that you cannot think about and you cannot find solution, just split it in small milestones. You will be aware of the next milestones, but also you will be focused on the next one. And believe me, this will work. Good. Moving forward, we are talking about importance of humbleness. This is very important because there is a crossway between proud and humble. And for sure, we need to be proud of some things. And for example, we can be proud for helping other people grow. It's something that you should be proud of, about becoming yourself a mentor, not just communicate with your mentor. Now you're the mentor of somebody, you need to be proud of that because it's your achievement, about the progress that you achieve, because looking backwards, you will see lots of milestones that you completed, and believe it, you need to be proud of all the things that you achieved. To be humble to the colleagues, no matter the seniority, because you would like people, when you're a junior, you like people who are humble with you and talk to you on the same level. When you will grow in your career, it's very important to do the same thing. About the things you still need to learn, you need to be humble, because no matter the step in your career, believe it or not, there are plenty of things left to learn, a lot of things. So just be humble about the things you need to learn, and also be humble about your income. It's very important because in our domain, people are getting, let's say, with the incomes higher, and they are at some point just looking only for the money and not for the experience and for the process and so on, and they are just seeking for the money. And just be humble of that and don't do that. Good. Moving forward, we are now collecting the results because we applied this framework and we did all the things that we discussed. We are just collecting the results, and you are enjoying what you're doing. It's a very important thing. You are enjoying what you're doing. When you start working in the morning, you are enjoying it. You are working in a great environment. Very important, because there are lots of people who don't have a great environment to work, and we do, and it's great. And we need to understand that this is the result of our work, of our dedication, our time, and so on. You have possibilities to continue growing. Very important thing, because as I said earlier, the learning never stops. And from this moment, when you have all the mechanism in your head, you had success till now, your focus is not to stop right now, it's to just continue growing, learn more and more and more. You are respected and well treated at your job. Exactly what I was trying to say when I said you have a great working in a great environment. If you are good, and if you are humble, and if you understand the process, you will be respected and well treated at your job. It's very important. And in the end, you need to know that you made this all possible because it's your work. I'm just showing you some steps to reproduce, but eventually it's your work. And again, you should be proud of what you're doing. One advice from myself: just have fun in your career. It's totally worth it. And enjoy each step. Don't rush anything. Just enjoy each step that you're doing and do the best that you can on each step. So that's from my side. Thank you again for listening, and let's see some questions.
Thank you a lot, Catalin. Thank you. It was interesting and useful, I'm sure, because we have some comments like it was the best structured speech for today. So thank you a lot. And of course, we have a lot of questions because more than 50 people met in the chat that they are interested in from front end, and also Romanian citizens. So let's jump into the questions. First of all, question about React and Angular. What is better now? What are trends?
Yeah, well, this is a very popular question. So let's put it like this: they are both doing a great job, but each and one of them are specialized in some different kind of areas, let's say. So I have two answers actually for this question. First will be like this: a solution architect will understand the project and he will choose which of these frameworks will behave best when thinking about that project. That will be a first answer. The second answer is the best framework is the one that you know. Because in this example, if we have a project that the solution architect already chosen Angular, for example, in this project, we are looking into candidates that are proficient with Angular. We are not excluding the React guys for sure, but it's the best framework is the one that you know. You want to go with your skill set to a project that will use that skill set, not just I don't know, taking you on an Angular project. Your experience is like 5 years in React, and first thing you need to do is just get rid of all that experience that might be useful into another project and start learning Angular from scratch. That's the answer. The two answers, actually.
Yeah, great. Great. Thank you. One more question about
Sure.
first experience. How to receive it in front end.
Can you repeat the question, please?
How to receive the first experience in front end. You can see it on the screen also.
Yeah. I also have my phone in here, but for some reason it's still on React. Okay, so how to receive the first experience in front end?
Yes.
Am I getting it right? Okay. Well, first experience, as I said in the presentation, should be done by yourself. You should be confident that you like it, and you should start preparation of learning the requirements that are from a junior front-end job, let's say. So if going back to the presentation, if I have the skill set and if I like it and it's for my personality, then I can start learning step by step things that are required for a junior interview. From what I think, it should be something like 1-2 months to do that. And after that, you can go to an interview. And one other thing to mention here, if you fail that interview, lots of people fail on their first interviews. That doesn't mean you cannot proceed with your career or you chosen bad or something like this. It's an experience, and actually it's telling you what you need to learn and to become better. And this is a thing that we are doing actually in EPAM. If we have interviews and let's say we fail a candidate, then we prepare a list of things that he needs to address before coming next time to us, because we maybe like the personality, like the person. It didn't have the skills, but now you have a list of things to learn. And this is how you get your first experience.
Okay, great. Thank you. One more question. One second. I see it.
Sure.
Do you have any tips how to build an attractive juniors portfolio, which could help with getting first commercial job?
Yeah, I think it's kind of the same answer as the previous question, because we actually don't look that much into a portfolio. At least us in Romania and on Angular department. And I can give you an example why are we not doing that. Because a portfolio can be something like I don't know, review by somebody else or things like this. And what are we actually doing? If you have a portfolio, let's discuss it together on an interview, on an open discussion. Let's see what approaches did you try into your project. What other things did you do in there? And we get our answers in this way. So having a portfolio is good for you in the beginning, but a junior position, if you follow those requirements and you apply for a job and you know the basics that you need for that job, for sure you will get a commercial client in like seconds.
Okay, thank you a lot. And the last question for today.
Please.
What material would you use if you were a junior?
Right now, that's a very good question. I have some courses on the platforms, on the popular platforms like Udemy, like Pluralsight, and so on. And I watched multiple videos until I found a mentor that, let's say, speaks to me. I can understand everything that he's saying, right? And I have one, and to be honest with you, I'm still watching videos on Udemy right now because a new version of Angular is appearing, something like this, and people are doing this. And as I said, there is no time to waste. You need to learn in your whole career, and this is something that I'm doing, and I'm trying to put some structure into learning, not rushing, moving like, okay, I understand JavaScript. I spent 2 days on JavaScript. Let's go to framework. No, you need to understand everything in JavaScript in that before going to a framework.
Thank you. And the last question, as you mentioned about
Okay.
mentor, we have questions. How to find a mentor if you don't have friends in IT?
As I said, I found a mentor, which is a guy that is doing courses on Udemy. It's a guy who speaks to me. I like how he structured his word, and I like how he's explaining things. He's not just pointing the obvious on a matter. He's explaining you how to think in order to understand that. So that's it. That's an essential key. You need to find information on places that you feel comfortable with. And afterwards, if you don't have like friends and colleagues and so on, when you'll get your first job, you will find somebody there who will be able to help you. You don't imagine like you will find the perfect mentor just like this. It's not. You will just, it's like love. You will see it when you're not finding it, when you're not looking for it.
Perfect. Thank you a lot. Thank you for great speech. I'm sure all our front-end audience is happy now. So thank you for today, and see you later.
Thank you very much, and have a great day moving forward. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, guys, let's move on, but I'll take a few minutes just to help you with some details at the training portal, because I see that a lot of questions that can be covered not by our speakers, but just some org details. So give me a second. I will share my screen and show you how to find everything in your country, what opportunities we have at training portal. First of all, training.epam.com. Here you can find all juniors opportunities from EPAM in different countries. On the first screen, you can find all courses in all countries. But if you will switch, for example, Mexico, you will see one course, or you can subscribe. Um, so put your name and surname and email, select your country. Let it be Angola, and you can choose city or not. And for example, .NET is the first one, and then you will receive the email when the course will be opened and when you can apply. Second important thing that you can find here, events. You already were here when you registered for the event. So after the event, you will see our junior online conference at past events. And here you will see the recording. So you will see the page with Junior Online Conference. And if you log in, you will see the recording of all our today's speeches. So don't be afraid that you lost something if you join later, or if you wanna review some videos, some our presentations. Something else very interesting and important, it's our blog. Here you can find a lot of materials that we prepared for you, for juniors. For start, you can find news, also real stories from juniors who already did it, who already get their first job, where they share their recommendations and their experience, how they did it. Also, very good part is materials. Here you can find self-study materials for different directions in different formats. So you can find everything here. And also we have English study materials here. So feel free to use it and maximize your chance to join EPAM University and your targeted program. Next, hard skills. Here we tell about more about different directions, like 9 facts about cloud computer, power in data, what languages do autotesters speak. I hope you will enjoy, because a lot of useful materials that can clarify some other directions that was not covered today, for example. Soft skills. Here we talk about soft skills, how to pass technical interview, how to deal with time management, how to keep calm, soft skills for DevOps. So a lot of useful materials that can help you to be well prepared. And events also, we sometimes we publish some articles about our events, how it was, maybe some other videos you can also check here, or some highlights from other events from previous speeches. One more thing. In your now I'm not logged in, but if you will log in your personal profile here in the right corner, you can find your personal profile, and here you can pass English test just to check what is where are you now, what is your level now, and also this result will be saved for the future. So if you will apply to EPAM University programs later, more than 1 month, you can use these test results and don't pass English test later when you will join EPAM University. And one more very interesting and useful thing and training portal is our career test. If you are not sure about your direction, you can take a test and pick your IT specialization, what will fit your personality. So maybe it can help you to choose the best direction for you. Oh, sorry, I promised our speakers that I will do in 2 minutes, but I took 7 minutes. Sorry. I hope we can deal with it on Q&A session, or maybe a little bit late with the next speaker. But now let's move to the next. So we are waiting for Hany Shehata, who is our solution architect in EPAM Poland. Hi, Hany.
Hello, Arina. How are you doing today?
Oh, not bad, thank you. What about you?
Good, thank you.
Let's make one more time this chat exercise. Guys who are from Poland, pin us in the chat just to show Hany that you are here and Polish audience is with us today. Okay, and I will not take more time, so enjoy your speech and the mic is yours.
Thank you, Arina. Thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. I think our topic today, we will focus more about what do you need for your first job in a .NET. Before doing this, let me first introduce myself. That's me in Kasparov Wierech, Hopefully I pronounce it right. It's 2,000 meters on top of the sea level, which is really a very nice place, but it's very cold. So I'm a solution architect in EPAM. I'm self-motivated, oriented, and result-oriented professional in IT in general. I have more than 17 years of experience. Moving in different positions, started as a developer until I reached as a solution architect, and focusing more on delivering solutions, which is helping our business to grow, helping our business to proceed with edge technology in our digitalized world today. So our agenda here, hopefully I'll be able to show you what's .NET and why you need .NET, who is a .NET software engineer, what he's actually doing, what's his professional every day, what his day-to-day job, how do you become a .NET software engineer. I like this track. I would like to be a .NET software engineer. I would like to take this opportunity and find an IT job in this field. What can you do? And what's your career path in this job? And then, as usual, we'll move to Q&A sessions. Okay, let's go ahead. Let's touch the first question. What's .NET and why .NET? So .NET is a Microsoft free cross-platform open source developer platform. So it's for free. You download it, you just need to use it and build application based on it. With .NET, you can use multiple languages. You can use multiple editors, libraries. You can build different even applications in different areas like mobile, desktop, games, IoT, and more. When it comes to language, you always hear about programming languages. So in .NET itself, it does support multiple programming languages like C#, F#, and so on. It is cross-platform, which means you write the code, natively build it, use it in multiple devices, Mac OS, Windows, mobile phone, so your code or your application will be working smoothly there. It's the same set of standards or libraries or framework, which is you can use to just build your application. So it doesn't mean that you need to learn something new every time you would like to move from a stream to another, because it is .NET. It's the same base level that you build on top of it. It's very popular, which means it gives you a big opportunity because you have this NuGet packaging, a lot of libraries, people writing open source or people pushing libraries already there out of the box that you can use. So you are not reinventing the wheel or starting from scratch. So the second question is, why .NET? So .NET is really productive. You can use any apps or any platform. It's a large ecosystem, and it has a really an active, big community outside. This community allows you to easily, and this was one of my problems when I started that, okay, I know .NET, I need to move on, and I need to build my first application. Bingo, I built my first application, but in the middle, I found out a lot of challenges. And I have some questions which is not answered in a course or by a mentor or by someone who gave me the first steps in .NET. So that was really super helpful for me when I go to Google it, and I found a lot of people talking with the same problems that I have and providing solutions, which makes my life really much easier. This makes me a lot of confident that it doesn't matter the problem anyway, there is a solution. With .NET as well, it depends on your passion. If you are a gamer, you can build games. If you are like the web application, you can go to web, you can build AIs, you can build mobile apps, you can go with APIs, or nowadays IoT, Internet of Things. Sensors, getting data from sensor, based on the sensor, you need to do some actions. So it does support all of these varieties, and you just need to see yourself where in these areas or all of them, but that's really big to say all of them. But where is your passion in order to move on which part. Okay, so now let's talk about who is a .NET software engineer. A .NET software engineer is a technical professional person. You are working, designing, and implementing software application using .NET platform and application and a framework. So you have the problem, you have the skills, you take the problem, start designing it, implementing a software piece of work to provide something to the business to add value to them. This is you as a .NET software engineer. With a lot of modern capabilities that you can see in .NET platform and technologies, so you have different options to start designing and building based on it. You are not stuck only on web or stuck only on a specific area, but you can provide multiple solutions in multiple devices, especially we are in a digital world today in many areas. So your mindset here will not be stuck in a very narrow area, but you will be moving forward in your career. Okay, so this is a software engineer. So what's actually they are doing? What's happening in this daily job? I'm getting this image as an example for .NET version 6. And you can find that in your daily job, you have some tools and you have some technologies. So when it comes to tools, there are very popular tools which allows you to write the code. It's Visual Studio for Mac, Visual Studio Code, or even command line. These are tools that you need to have in order to write your code, compile it, making sure it's written well, you can see a result and interact with your code. There is part of ecosystem, as you mentioned, that there are a lot of packages out of the box. You can use it. You don't want to reinvent the wheel and starting from scratch, but there is a lot of stuff which is already free, ready for you to start using it and build on top of it in order to provide your business added value at the end. So you will be focusing more on the business end value, provide the value for them in a short time, instead of building everything from scratch and start talking to the computer 1 or 0. No, that's not our world nowadays. Things already ready for you to start using them. You will have cloud, you have web, desktop, mobile, gaming, IoT, AI, and there's different tools sometimes and different technologies you need to learn specifically for different streams. That's what you need to have. So it depends on your passion. You will have the generic understanding of the .NET, and on top of it, you will be moving forward to a specific technology related to web, for example, like ASP.NET or Blazor. Oh, you would like to have a cloud native programming, Microsoft Azure, and so on. So, okay, I know about this. I know how what I'm doing. I know what's going on to my daily job, what I'm doing every day. So, what should I do in order to be a .NET software engineer? I try to put some quick items here, like gain the fundamental knowledge first. If it's a course, if it's a mentor, if it's someone you follow on YouTube, as I mentioned, it's a big community that you need to get the basics based on it. My personal advice, try to get a full course end to end. Don't distract yourself in multiple ways and try to find the nearest or the easiest course for you to get the main fundamentals knowledge in one go. Then learn a programming language. Pick one of the programming languages. In the beginning, we mentioned that there is multiple programming languages that you have. It is already supported by .NET. So you might pick the most popular language, C#, or maybe F#, or maybe something else. Choose a specialization which is aligned with your interest. I can see myself a gamer. I would like to build the games. I can see myself passionate about artificial intelligence. I would like to build models. I would like to build unique artificial intelligence solutions that will be helping a specific problem, for example. So choose a specialization which allows you to focus more on which track. As I mentioned, it's really big, and you need to know which direction you would like and prefer more. It doesn't mean that you need to take one only, but in the beginning, take one, and based on the experience and based on different clients you will be dealing with, you can get wider and move to different specialization and learn more. SQL is your friend. When we have an application, most of the time you have a database. You have something to store your data. So SQL really is your friend. You need to understand SQL, read about SQL, write basic stuff with SQL statements, and understand more maybe about SQL Server if we are talking about Microsoft Track. Get the fundamentals of Azure development. Okay, you told us in number 3 that you need to choose a specialization, and cloud is one of the specialization. Why specifically Azure development? Because even if it's a mobile, even if it's IoT, even if it's web development, at the end, the whole world now is moving to cloud, to host your application on cloud, to deploy your application on cloud, to deploy your website on cloud. So you need the Azure fundamentals, even as an infrastructure to deploy your applications there. And here, I'm not saying that you need to be the super expert guy in cloud, but what you need only at this stage. Number 6 is be familiar with NuGet packages, be familiar with DevOps and how to automate manual tasks in order to make your life much easier and focus again on the business added value. You are a developer, perfect, but you never put yourself in a situation to build something not required by the business, or to build something which doesn't match the problem statement coming from your business. So that's why you need to focus again about the business, and based on the business requirement and business and problem statements, you will be providing the right solution which is adding a value to them. Okay, what's the career path? The career path is actually following the same standard career path you can find in different language or different tracks. You'll start as a .NET software engineer, senior, lead. You might go to chief software engineer, or you need to move, like what I did, to solution architecture and start designing solutions. And when you started to solution architect, you might move on. This is a technical career path here. Definitely at some point when you have the knowledge, you might find yourself passionate about project management at certain point. Your previous knowledge will be helping you to be a technical project manager, for example. But in this slide, I was focusing more to add the technical path here for you. I need to go back to one of the slides which is show again, because your career path as well is important about your specialization. So you need to go for an Azure native development and then to a cloud architect, or you need to be a web and technical architect, for example. There is different types of architecture in the future, different types of seniority as well. So it depends. If you are crazy with mobile, I really love to build applications. So .NET and Xamarin, really your friends here, and you would like to know them more, and you'd like to deep dive inside them in more and more. So I borrowed this slide again in order to put in front of you different tools on the top. It's really important because, again, it shows where you would like to continue with such a huge framework. Yep, hopefully I could manage it in my time, so Irina will be happy with that, and we will have good time with our questions.
Yeah, thank you a lot, Hany. Thank you. Thank you for a great speech. I also mentioned at the beginning about people who are in Poland now. We have a lot of pluses. So you also had a lot of people from Poland now on your speech too. So,
Amazing.
guys, let's move to questions. If you have, please write it in the chat. We have a lot of nice words that your presentation was great and your speech was great also. And let me check what interesting do we have in what interesting question. Sorry, need some time to find.
Take your time.
Mhm. Okay, let's not waste time. I have questions from me. We had a great question to previous speaker. If you were junior now, what resources, what channels, videos you would use to become an engineer?
Sure. When it comes to .NET, specifically when it comes to .NET, it's very popular, as I mentioned in the beginning, and it's you'll find a lot of resources. My advice in the beginning, please look at the resource or the course which is really easy for you to digest. When you started like the intro of this course or book or someone, it's easy language for you. You can understand most of what he's saying or most of what you are reading, and you can see yourself moving on because it's a topic, but there's a lot of people presenting it in different levels of experience. So pick the right guy or pick the right course, pick the right a book that you can finish end to end and you really like it.
Great, thank you. Now we have more questions in the chat. Hany, what supporting concept would you recommend and what great new jet, if I pronounced it correct,
You're good.
packages would you say are must-knowns?
Okay. Supporting concepts, when it comes to the concept, when you learn a language, there's a lot of clean code. So it's easy if you go to Google it and say C, for example, C# clean code. You'll find a lot of books, especially Martin Fowler, popular book about clean code, and it will guide you where to find the right concepts while writing your code. And instead of writing a code like a beginner, having a lot of things, but this is a little bit you need to learn first and then go to clean code. Don't jump directly to a supporting concept or advanced topics at the moment. Do whatever you need in the beginning because it's your free time to do what you need because you are learning. And when it comes to the second part about NuGet packages, that's a bit generic question because, again, I'll ask you directly, what's your passionated track? Because if for each track, you have different packages and different things supporting you. So if you choose AI, you will find different packages supporting you. If you use to build an application like a calculator, you will find a lot of math libraries supporting you. What else? If you're a gamer, you'll find some design libraries which is supporting you building characters, for example.
Great, thank you. One more question. Should we still bother about VPF or WinForms?
Good question. It still does exist. It's already exist, but you need to follow the market. So if you're talking about myself, no, I'll not give some time for this because it's kind of old technology, legacy technology now, which is not a lot of customer will be still supporting it. Otherwise, if you would like to learn them to support a legacy application in one of your customers, that's a different story. But if you are fresh, brand new, no, try to go directly to the edge technology, latest technology, because the IT market is really, really changing very quickly. So you shouldn't stuck yourself in the past.
Okay, thank you. And one more question. I'm interested in backend. Why should I pick C# instead of Java?
Cool. As I mentioned, C# or Java, both of them are back-end. These are two languages. These are two companies, two competitors, I would say. But at the end, wherever you find yourself, that's important thing. There is clients here and there is clients here. It's all about you. It's not about the technology. What's exactly you really like? So you will be easy for you to digest, easy for you to learn, not stuck in your mind that I would like to change at some point because I really love this track. Go ahead. I'll never tell you because I'm a Microsoft guy as you should take C#. No, that's never happens. It's all about your career. It's all about your professional career and where you can see yourself and what you would like to do.
Great, thank you. We have more question. I saw very good question and I lost it. Okay, I see one more good question. What would you improved or did in different way when you were yourself again at the beginning of IT journey?
Sure. When I started my journey, I had a lot of mistakes, a lot of issues, especially when it comes to oh, I know how to do it. I'm running quickly and they do the job and get the application and coming back to the business and saying, this is not what I asked it for. So my advice here is that you need to active listening. It's very exciting to write a code. It's very exciting to build an application, but it's important to add a value. If you build something, no one will use it. So why did you build it? Always put in yourself that you need to listen carefully. You need to understand the problem first before moving to solution. Solution is number 3 or 4 in your checklist.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. So thank you so much for today. Thank you
Thank you.
for so interesting information and slides and see you later.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye. We are still in our timeline and go through our agenda. So let's move to our next speaker. It will be Jozsef Ivan, Senior Software Testing Manager at EPAM Hungary. Hi, Ivan. Hi, Jozsef. I'm so sorry. I was so focused how to pronounce your name correct, I mixed everything. How are you
No
today?
worries. Not that bad, thank you. I'm just excited to have a good presentation and be not too boring, because I believe everybody has some concept in the head about testing, and hopefully I can add more inputs to fight against these already perceptive concepts. So that's it's an interesting thing for me to have a good presentation. So a bit excited, but yeah, hopefully everything will be good and interesting.
It will be great. I hear you, but I don't see your slide. Have you already shared it?
Let me share.
Mm-hmm. Yes, everything is great.
Now. Okay,
Yes,
good.
yes, I see it. So the stage is yours. I will come back for questions.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. Hope you are enjoying the conference. My name is Jozsef Ivan. I will talk about quality engineering and a bit the daily life, daily work of quality engineers, how it looks like, what we are doing, how can you build your career into this direction, and hopefully I can add some insights why it is an interesting career path for everybody who is interested in testing, quality engineering, and technology related roles for the future, even on junior level. So let's start. Quick words about the agenda. I will have a quick intro about mainly myself. Then I will talk about the existing roles and career options, not just at EPAM, but in the quality engineering world. And also I will get have some inputs, what we are doing, how we are doing, why it is interesting. Hopefully it will be for you as well. And then a section for the questions. So let's start with the intro. As it was already mentioned, my name is Jozsef. I'm working as a senior software testing manager at EPAM Budapest, EPAM Hungary. I'm the head of QA delivery, which sounds really, really fancy and really good. So it's not that, let's say, high level or anything. I'm working as a manager of all the QAs and the test engineers here in the testing Budapest practice. Started my career as a developer a long time ago, and then I switched to the testing and the quality assurance world. Beside my leadership activities here in the testing Budapest practice, I'm coordinating EPAM global testing community, which can deliver good and really interesting sessions. Externally also, it's not just an internal one, so you can find this community on our platform as well. And also in terms of my role, I'm coordinating the mentor programs for the test automation area, which we have here in Hungary in Java, JavaScript, Python, and the .NET is under preparation. So we have a couple of interesting programs who is interested in the test automation field. I have more than 20 years experiences in IT. As I mentioned, I started as a developer. Then I was in a, let's say, lucky situation to be able to switch to the test automation role. I have found myself in this test automation and quality assurance role because I will talk about a couple of interesting stuff which can be a good addition as a software testing engineer. So that's about myself in a nutshell, and let's start to talk about the roles and the career options. As I mentioned, these are not just EPAM related stuff. We are trying to follow all the trends what we are expecting and experiencing on the market. So couple of words about the traditional roles in the quality assurance. One of them is the software testing engineer. It's mainly focusing on manual testing activities and functional testing, also test case development, test execution, and reporting, defect handling. This is one of the, let's say, oldest role in this discipline. We still have a lot of software testing engineers at EPAM. This role will remains with us for a long time because not everything can be automated, which is a good one. We always need testers. However, based on the trends and based on the current market needs, everything is moved to a bit to the technical direction. That's why this software quality engineer role is introduced. They are a bit mixture of test automation and the manual tester, working with some scripting, coding, and technical related stuff, but they are also mostly focusing on manual testing activities as well, and not just creating test automation code. They are not that deep technical as a software test automation engineer, who are working with test automation framework implementation and development, automated test case development, working with different technical programming languages and technical stacks. So the test automation engineer is much more closer to a developer role than a tester. Of course, the mindset and the mindset should be a testing mindset, because they are still focusing on the possible problems with the implementation, finding the defects in an automated way, and ensuring that the development is following the requirements and not just creating something which was not a requirement or an expectation from client side. And also we have the software engineering test role, which is the most interesting and the most complex role in the quality assurance nowadays, because it's a bit mixture of test automation, software engineer, so developer, and the DevOps. Because with this role, they are not really focusing on test case automation. They are focusing on much more on infrastructure, focusing on test automation frameworks and solution development, CI/CD related works they are doing. So integrating the framework and the already implemented test executable test cases into the CI/CD to be able to execute them when something is changing in the code, for example. And with this role set, I believe it's really close to really close to a technical person, some kind of development tasks and DevOps tasks, maybe not a real junior role, because I'm just moving to the next slide to be able to describe why. So what we have at EPAM as a career path for all of these roles, what I have mentioned, we have the career path from junior, medior, senior, lead, and chief level. But as you can see, the quality engineering and the software engineering test does not exist on junior level. Why? Because it's a mixture of at least two other skill sets. So it's really hard to define on junior level, because at least from one of these, the candidate should be on medior level. That's why it's not exist on junior level. But it's a really good, I mean, a software engineering test is a really good and really fancy and currently trending role in the quality assurance discipline. Also, we have the higher seniority level roles in the testing field as quality architecture or solution architect in test. It's a bit different from each other. And also we have this quality engineering manager and software testing team lead role. These are coming from the same discipline with the same knowledge, but focusing on more senior activities. It's just, let's say, interesting stuff on this screen as we are talking about junior conference at the moment, but it's good to see what type of future career paths can be valid for a test automation engineer or a tester. And one more important thing, it's not necessarily an entry point at EPAM, but we have a mentored education program for test automation field. We have it Java, Python, and JavaScript, as I mentioned already. The .NET is under preparation. It's multiple modules about how a test automation engineer works, working with different tools and approaches, how to build up a test automation, how to create an effective test case, and so on. It's directly about to train junior test automation engineers. I believe it's a really good entry point, but also it can happen that somebody is starting from the market as a junior at EPAM. This is about the career path. Two other disciplines are not presented in this list, but also we have started competency development in security testing and performance testing. Really good and niche skill set currently on the market. Really good to focus on it if you have affinity for it. These are a bit different from the traditional test automation roles, but I can say these are also interesting area in this field. Okay, so let's switch to the what do we do section. And starting with the testing process, it's why it is important and why I would like to highlight it, because most of the people think that testers are doing the same repetitive manual work, and when something is finished on the development side, they are starting to pushing the screen, clicking with the mouse, and start to test whether it's working properly or not. It's not true. So it's much more complex from this, as the testers and the test automation engineers are joining the process at the very beginning in the requirement phase, because we need to start the testing as in the early stages, because it's I'd say the preventive actions are the cheapest to find defects in the system, because if we are finding something improper implementation at the end, then it means that it's the very cost effective way to then fix it. So test engineers are also part of the development team, starting to work together with them at the very beginning. Based on the requirements, they are creating the test conditions, start to work on it, then designing the test cases, or executing the test cases, and then analyzing the report and the result, and then creating the report from it. Most of the times and most of the cases, these are absolutely automated way, and the analysis should happen based on the automated report and can be presented to the, at least from the team, but also it can be presented and should be presented to the client itself. The next slide is about it's test automation pyramid, defining those test levels where the test automation engineers and the testers are starting to work. I don't know if you are aware of or familiar with this pyramid. What does it mean? That we have different levels where testing activities are happening. On the top, as you can see, it's the ad hoc UI test and exploratory testing. These are not exploratory testing is for sure not automated. Ad hoc UI tests can be, but it's more like these two are mostly connected to manual testing, sometimes performed by the clients or with the business together. But all of them, the rest of them can be automated and can be connected to the CI/CD pipeline. Of course, at the bottom, you can find the unit tests. Sometimes it's created test automation engineers. Most of the cases, it's created by the developers. But the QA should cover, not cover, but monitor these, whether we have enough coverage in unit test level and what are the results. It can be part of an automated pipeline as an automated quality gate, and in this case, when the unit tests are failed, the whole build cannot be deployed to a further environment to start testing. But it's really depending on the setup. Also, on the next level, when we are talking about integration test, component test, API and web services test, or even on UI test, these can be automated, can be part of the pipeline. We are using different tools and technologies depending on the tech stack, of course. And test automation engineers has the chance to work with the pipelines as well to introduce these. If we don't have, for example, DevOps, but when we have DevOps on the project, then it's a combined work together with them to have an effective pipeline. And when we have these pipelines, then we can define the staging, we can define the automated quality gates. And with this approach, the development work, when it's finished on development side and the new version is pushed to the version control, and all of the deployment phases with the automated tests are executed. And if the result is good enough, then it can be deployed automatically for the next stage. And we can make easy decisions about the status of the current implementation and the current build. The next slide is about a bit trends, because we have different models currently in test automation. We have this as a traditional model, start the testing activities at the beginning, but the most of the work is happening in the testing and the deploy and release phase. This is the traditional model, and we have the shift left model right now. Shift left also has different versions. For example, the latest trend in shift left is the model-based shift left testing. It moves the testing activities to the beginning more and focusing on not just the requirements, but the infrastructure, for example, and the environments and the architecture also, and can execute those executable automated tests which has relevant result on the early phase. And also we have the shift right model where everything is shifted to after the deploy and release phase and focusing mostly on monitoring and alerting. If we are combining these into well-defined pipelines, then it can make the attention to the quality on a higher level, because in every development phase we will have good enough testing activities, and we can ensure that the quality is in a good shape during the whole development process. And of course, these are all happening on automated level. So yeah, it's an interesting and exciting thing, I believe. And a couple of words about technologies. I just put a lot of tools and technologies onto this slide. This is based on a survey, an internal EPAM survey that we are executing in every year to monitor all the projects, what tools they are using, which technologies are they working with. And yeah, it's not a big, maybe not a big surprise that still Java, .NET, and JavaScript are the main programming languages what we are using during the test automation work. But as you can see, there are a lot of tools presented on it, from cloud technologies to the exact, I don't know, front-end test automation tools, or CI/CD tools, as Jenkins is also presented on this slide. Why it's interesting? Because it can demonstrate to you that the test automation engineer is mainly working with the same technology stack, maybe sometimes not on that deep level as a developer, but we are using the same technology stack, so you can learn a lot. You can be connected to a lot of fancy and new technologies, tech stacks, tools. This is why I believe that test automation is a really interesting topic if somebody wants to change the career or want to start their career in the IT field. You can be connected with a lot of stuff, and in EPAM, we are really supporting that if somebody's starting as a test automation engineer, for example, but would like to change into development direction after a while, or even a BA or something like this, it's absolutely supported by us. So I think it's a really good option to start your career as a test automation engineer, and then you can extend your knowledge. Even you can stay on this in this discipline or change to a different one. We have a lot of, and that was all what I would like to demonstrate to you or show to you and talk about. So hopefully there will be some questions where I can answer also.
Thank you a lot. Thank you, Jozsef. It was interesting. We have a lot of questions in the chat. People wrote us during your speech. So we have 9 minutes for questions. Let's jump into it.
Okay.
First of all, have to define the roles as fast as possible without wasting time. Have to become the best software tester.
It's not an easy question to answer. So you need to understand, first of all, your ability into technology-related stuff. So if you are interested in technology and you have the affinity, for example, to learn programming languages, or even you have some experiences with Java, JavaScript, something like this, you can start your test automation career, because this is the most this is the role which is the closest to this expertise. Of course, it's worth to check ISTQB related syllabus and knowledge, because it defines the basis of a tester. If we are talking about a test automation engineer, this is also a mandatory knowledge to have. You can find a lot of materials on it on the net, so it's really easy to start. But also, your basic interest can define this. So if you are mostly interested in the front-end way, then also the JavaScript could be a really good start to start your test automation career. I don't really think that the software engineering test role is is something where you need to start because it's a bit more complex than this. It should be some kind of next step. So hopefully I understand the question well and answered on it.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. We have a lot of interesting questions here. So the next one is, could you please give us some tips before the QA automation interview? What to focus on at the junior level?
Okay, focus on the interest in this role. So if you are just would like to start your career as a test automation engineer because on long term you want to become a developer, that's also good. But if you have the affinity really and the mindset, the analytical mindset and this testing mindset to be able to point on possible defects or something which is not comfortable for you when you are using the software, this is a good starting direction to prepare for an interview. Also, technical related questions are important. So basic Java, JavaScript, or .NET knowledge is a must. I can say not necessarily on junior level, but on junior level, we also need to focus on the technology part. If we are talking about our mentor program, the mentor program itself is really technical and it's really hard and has so it needs a lot of work on your side. So you can jump in mainly anytime. It's starting with an entry test, it's starting with a technical discussion, and then we can decide whether we can continue. So no real set in stone questions because to be honest, on junior level, it's really hard to focus on the experience of the candidate because most probably there is not too much, but the affinity into the quality and into the testing, it would be good to have. So it requires this analytical and critical mindset, to be honest.
Great, thank you. One more very interesting question. What do you think about the importance of soft skills as a quality engineer?
Definitely. The test engineers and the quality engineers should be proactive and should be work together with all of the participants in the development process. So it's not just about talking with developers on frequent basis, but also with project managers, with the BAs. So communication skills are must have in these roles. And also clear communication in a written and in the oral format as well, because we need to describe what is the problem. We need to create proper bug reports if we found the defect. Even if we are talking about test automation, it should be reported properly and should be an understandable way, because it should be fixed by the developers, so a different person. Also, it's really important to communicate in a polite way, so not to finger pointing on everything, just be constructive. And also the proactivity, because if we found something, it should be defined as early as possible, because at least because of the cost and because of this aspect, that if we found something and we can fix it in the early stage, then we can spare time and everybody will be more happy with this approach.
Great, thank you a lot. One more question. What would you say are the biggest challenges for junior test automation engineers?
The patience, I believe. So everybody would make the next career step faster and faster. But as you see or have seen on the screen, we are working with a lot of tools and a lot of technologies, and there is a lot of things to learn. So it's really important, I believe, to have a good ear to hear the feedback, what other colleagues are providing to you, accepting the suggestions of a mentor, and be a bit patient, because these feedbacks and these mentorship activities are because of help and not because of somebody wants to point on your weakness. But these feedbacks are because they want to help in the future improvement, and you can benefit from a lot if you are a bit patient and accepting the suggestions and the advices from a more senior people.
Oh, thank you. So many cool questions for you today. Stay strong. We have more. The next one is where is the edge between junior and middle QA?
The ability to be able to work without supervision is one of the key skills. So a medior can pick up a task and can deliver it without major supervision. This is a big difference between a junior and the medior, and gathering the experience. But it's also true for other seniority levels. So it's also true for when you are become a senior. You can take more tasks, you can take it with a more responsibility. For example, a medior can help to a junior and can be a good mentor. This is also a difference, but working without major supervision, I would vote for this.
Great, thank you. And the last question for today, it's long. I will show it on the screen too. So whether you need to perfectly understand all the programming topics of the language you have chosen, can some things just be Googled or do you still need to know everything?
No, definitely. It's not working in this way anymore. I believe that we need to know everything as the world is changing and a lot of things are already figured out by others, and you can find the good help on the internet using Google. Not necessary to reinvent the wheel. Of course, a basic knowledge is necessary. So still the technical mindset and the analytical mindset is necessary to be able to work alone and to be able to work effectively. But it's also a good skill if you are able to use the sources from the internet. I don't know, Stack Overflow. I believe everybody who is working in this industry using Stack Overflow in case of a technical problem and not trying to figure it out from scratch, because it's pointless. We are losing a lot of time. We have a lot of experienced colleagues you can ask. They will help. We have a lot of sources on the internet. You can use it and it will help. Of course, it's really hard sometimes to find the proper solution from the internet. So this is the hardest way to find that source which can help you a lot. But I don't really think we need to know everything. It's impossible now.
Yes, it's impossible. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for today, guys. You can write some comments. Have you enjoyed the speech and the Q&A session? Jozsef will be happy to read more and understand what was good in his speech. Have you enjoyed it? Thank you a lot.
Thank you.
And let's move. Let's go ahead and go to our next speaker. Finally, Java speech that we moved from the morning. We are waiting for Mark Torok, lead software engineer and mentor supervisor at EPAM Hungary. Hi, Mark.
Hi.
Thank you for being ready, for being so flexible and help us with this agenda moving.
For sure.
Hope you'll enjoy your speech now, because I know a lot of questions we got about your speech. Where is it? When it will be? So we have a lot of people now who are really interested in your topic and in your speech. So the mic is yours, and I will come back for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. So in this presentation, I would like to show you some pitfalls and fun facts of Java obviously these kind of fun facts and pitfalls can be found in other languages as well, like C#, Python, or JavaScript. Let's see what we have. Okay, so just let's see the agenda. We are going to check the reserved words, some numbers, how we can decorate our code. We take a closer look about null pointer exceptions, and we'll see how to access or not access to public method. So let's start. So in Java, you can find a lot of reserved words like class, int, float. These are for the type. These are the type-related reserved words. There you can find some control flow related reserved words, some modifiers, and some values like true, false, or null. Let's see the following code snippet. We have an int, and we would like to print out this int. And as you see, there is a const word there, which is quite weird. But let's see what we can do with that. And at the same time, I would like to show you another example. Here we have goto, and obviously we'd like to print out some lines. I don't want to waste too much time, but this two code doesn't compile. And let's see what's the reason. Basically, the Java code, the Java syntax inherited from C, C++, and these two keywords are used in these two languages. Obviously, goto is not recommended. It's a dodgy reserved word, but still part of the language, and it is still part of the reserved word set of Java as well. But these two words are not in use, not supported. But if you write a code like this one, these two words are syntax highlighted. So let's see another fun fact. We have a type called integer. Basically, it's a simple wrapper around the primitive int, and it provides a rich functionality. Let's see what we have here. We would like to compare two numbers. In the first line, we would like to compare 12 to 12, and in the second line, we would like to compare 1024 with 1024. It's very funny. Once you execute this code, you get these two different results. And the question is, why? What's the reason why I get these two different results, even if the two numbers are the same? Basically, the value of operator returns, the value of function returns an object, and objects are compared by reference if we use this operator. And integer, the type integer, uses a cache, and this cache starts at minus 128 to 127, and in between these objects are basically the same. So the value of function returns the same object reference if the value is in between this range. If the value is out of this range, it creates a new object. And this is the reason why value of the first value of returns the same object, and the second returns a new one. And this is the reason why we have these two different results. It's good to know it. Let's see another interesting feature of integer. Probably absolute value is well known. Basically, it's nothing else, just a non-negative value of x without regard to its sign. Let's see a simple code snippet. We would like to investigate the absolute value of 10 and the absolute value of -10. And obviously, the result is 10 in both cases. If I check the maximum value of integer, I get this huge number, 2,100,000,000, and so on and so on. But what happens if I check the other end of this range? If I check the absolute value of the smallest value of integer, I got this, which is very, very interesting. How is it possible? So let's see. Basically, integer starts at -2 billion something, and it ends 2 billion something. And considering that we have a 0 value in this range as well, we need to allocate some space for that as well. So this is the reason why the positive values are, the number of the positive values are less than the number of the negative values. And once I increase the maximum positive value by 1, it overflows and goes back to the beginning of the range. And this is the reason why I get a negative value, even when I use an absolute. I calculate the absolute value of the number. So let's see another one. It's also very interesting. Many, many years ago, we used comments to decorate our code. Nowadays, we can use the code as well. So what do you think about this code? Does it compile? I don't want to waste our time. It compiles. But how is it possible that this kind of ugly code can compile? Basically, we need to investigate the arity of operators at first. The arity of operator is the number, how many operands can we use on that operator. And in this case, the plus and minus operators are unary and binary operators as well. And the arity depends on the expression and on the context. And if we take a look on this example, we see that 1 plus 1 can be 1 minus minus 1, which can be 1 minus plus minus 1, and so on and so on. And leaving the parenthesis and without the parenthesis, we get this pattern. Try not to use this, but it's good to know that we have here. Let's see the next quite funny and interesting feature of the integer. Basically, I'm using an int, a primitive, but it's very similar to integer as well. So in the first line, I introduce an int variable and I assign a value 1. And on the next 3 lines, I increase the variable by 1 and assign the new value to I. Let's see, what does it print out? It prints out 1. It's very surprising. So let's see, what's the reason why we get this value? Basically, we used postfix increment expression, because if we use the prefix increment expression, it increments the value of I before it's used, but the postfix does this in the other way around. So it increments the value, it increments I after the value is used. And this is the reason why we get 1, because it always returned the value before incremented the value of I. None, or as we usually know, not number. It's very well known, and it's a very well known value and a variable in many languages, like in C# or JavaScript as well. Let's see. We have this short code snippet. In the first line, I like to divide 0 by 0, and in the second line, I would like to compare none with itself. And the result is quite interesting, because none is none other than just 0 divided by 0, and it seems it is not equivalent with itself. And let's see what happens if I try to use any other arithmetic operators or logical operators. Even it's not a number, I can use these logical or apply these logical operators on none, and obviously it falls. Let's see another short example. So we have this huge, very, very long expression here, and the value itself is very, very long. Basically, its type is long. This is the infinity in Java. So we know exactly what infinity is. Let's see what happens if I increment this infinity by 1, I get none. But what happens if I decrease this infinity by 1? I get an exact number. And obviously we have a 0 representation as well. So let's see another example. Basically, let's see whether this value is double, and what a surprise it is. Basically, this double is the wrapper double, the wrapper of the primitive type of double, and this double is inherited from the number. Number is an abstract class which is inherited from the object. But what happens if I check this? What happens if I check whether this none is the instance of this number? And it's true. So this not number is still a number, which is quite funny, I guess. So basically, none is none other than just a simple primitive double value, and represents the 0 by 0, 0 divided by 0. So let's see what can we do with the null pointer exceptions. Once I create an object, by default, it is initialized by null. Let's see the following code snippet. In the first line, I introduced an s variable and assigned null to it. In the second line, I like to call the join method with the appropriate arguments. And in the third line, I print out the value. Let's see what happens. It's interesting because it compiles, it runs, and it prints out that basically S is null, but we get the result of joining. This is the result of the join method. But how is it possible? Basically, join is a static method, so it's not an instant method. And in Java, you can call a static method by using the instance. The static method is the method which is associated to the type, not the instance. And this is the reason why you don't need to worry about that you get a null pointer exception, because the instance is not called, the join method is not called on the instance. Let's see something different. okay, URL. This is what you can place in the URL bar in your browser. Let's place this somewhere in your source code, and we are curious about whether this code can compile. And I don't want to hesitate to reveal the mystery. It compiles. But how is it possible that this code can compile even we have a URL somewhere in the source code? Basically, this is nothing else, just a label and a comment. The HTTPS is the name of the label, and what you can see after the double slash, that's the comment. And this is the reason why you can compile this code, because label is part of the language, comment is also part of the language. These can be used together, so it seems all the URLs can be compiled and can be part of the source code. Obviously, it's ugly not to use it, but it works. So let's see a bit more complicated and a more advanced example. At the very beginning, we introduce an interface, let's call it greeting. And this greeting interface has a simple method, which is say with an argument. And in our demo class, we have this main method. This is the entry point of our application or our little program. And in this main method, let's introduce a greeting variable. And considering this greeting is an interface, I need to implement this on the fly. So that means I implement the same method. It doesn't do anything else, just prints out my name and hi. And I define a new method, which name is how are you, and it prints out something else. And let's see what happens if I call these two methods next to each other. At first I call the same method, and then I call the how are you method. Surprisingly, but this doesn't compile. And the reason is very, very simple. We need to make differences between static and dynamic types. And as we see here on the object on the left side, that's the static type, and the new object, basically this defines the dynamic type. And when we compile Java code, the compiler checks whether those methods and fields are available via the static type. And if so, the compilers usually let the code compiles. Otherwise, it raises an error. And this is the reason, because we have here, we add this public method to the dynamic type, and in compile time, the compiler cannot see this how are you method. And this is the reason why it doesn't allow us to compile this code, because how are you is not available, which makes our life a bit more crazy, that this public method is not available in any way, because this is an anonym class. And since it doesn't have a name, we cannot cast this greeting object to this object that we can see on the right side as the dynamic type, and we cannot call this method. So that's it. If you have any kind of questions regarding Java, just feel free to pose, and I gladly answer them. It's very important that all of the languages have these kind of fun facts and pitfalls. Not just these that we can see here, but many more. So take care.
Thank you a lot, Mark. Thank you. So many interesting topics and nice slides. I really enjoyed. I heard it to you. That I really like it. So, guys, we are ready for your questions. Please write it in the chat, and Mark will clarify everything everything that we can in our timeline. So first question, how to combine two languages, Java and another?
You mean how to use these two together?
We can wait for answer from this user who named Hacker Minecrafter. If you have some
Okay.
clarifying, okay, we have a lot of questions. For other questions, so for example, what should I do if I want to learn OOP deeply? What do you advise me?
Uh-huh. Okay, there are a lot of very good courses, and I strongly recommend some good books like Effective Java, for example, OCP. That's also a very good book. And there are a lot of practices on the net, like HackerRank, Cold Wars, Projectiler. This can be a very, very good starting point.
Okay, great. Thank you. One more question. What is the hottest trend in Java right now? Game, web, or desktop development? Where would you recommend the Java developer to grow?
Definitely go to turn your attention to web and services like and try to master those frameworks like Spring and Micronaut, because these are very, very hot topics nowadays, I guess, and these can be very fruitful.
Great, thank you. Funny question, but how not to make ugly codes?
Okay, that's very important. Read clean code, master clean code at first, and learn Effective Java. Effective Java is a very, very good book and a very good direction that we should follow. This way you can decrease the mistakes, and at the same time, if you have the chance to work with others and ask them to review your code, that can be very helpful as well.
Great. Next question, interesting question. Is Java popular in Android development now?
As far as I know, on that platform, Kotlin is a better choice. But basically, I'm not an Android developer. I'm not an Android guy, so probably not. I'm the right person who can answer this question. But as far as I know, Kotlin is much better on that platform.
Okay. One more question. What's the best book for beginners? One the best.
Clean code, effective Java, OCP can be a good starting point. That's it.
Okay. And more we have a lot of questions, and you answer very quick. So we are doing like one by one very quickly. So what skills should be required for junior Java developer?
Okay, at the very first step would be to master the language itself thoroughly. Then the next step is to learn design patterns, clean code, version control systems, databases, then some frameworks like Spring. Spring is probably is the first and most important, at least at our company. I think these are those skills that a junior Java guy is good to have.
Okay, thank you. One more question about the book. Will the Herbert Schiltz Java Beginner Guide be enough to become a developer?
To be honest, I haven't read this book, so I don't know this book very much. But let me recommend some tricks how you can pick up the good books. Visit some sites like Amazon and check the reviews. And if a book has a lot of good reviews, then try to buy that book because that can be a good one.
Okay. One more question. So we avoid some local questions like how to pass the selection because in the different countries and for different courses we have different levels. But I know that you, Mark, is a mentor and also interviewer for our Java programs in different countries. So if you can mention what should candidates know about OOP to enroll our junior programs, it will be great if you can clarify something.
So it's very important that okay, English is important, diligent is important, but let's talk about the technical skills. So if you know any kind of object-oriented programming quite good, that means you can create some classes individually. You can read some specifications. You know how methods work. You know how to change the state of the object. That can be enough. We do the rest. You're muted, Ira, I guess.
Yes, favorite phrase last 2 years. You're on mute. Sorry, guys. So thank you so much. I think we need to go to our next speaker. Thank you for today's speech. And
Thank you.
guys, if you'll meet Mark at the interviews or in on our Java courses in Hungary, for example, or I know that you work for other countries, so don't hesitate to say hello. I saw you at the junior conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Whew, okay, guys, the time runs so quick, and we have only one last speech for today, but it's very interesting and very useful. It's one of my favorite topics for every event because now we will talk about CV and job interview. So let me invite Agata Kosma to our stream and learn more about it. Hi, Agata.
Hi, hello everyone. Hi, Irina.
How are you today?
Very good. I was waiting here to be a final speaker. I'm excited to tell you more about the interview plan. Just worried if the presentation will be seen properly. I see that we have some issues here.
Some issues. Yes, I see some issues. Can I ask you to reshare the screen, not download, but just share your screen with your slides?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
And while you are doing it, I can say, guys, now Agata, she's recruiter, so you will make sure that our recruiters during the interviews, they don't bite you, don't, I don't know, kill you. They are nice, they are funny, and they are really interested in helping you to get your first position. So also it's your chance to ask everything about preparation process, about CV, everything that is important for Agata during the interview process. Okay, now I see it. It's okay. Maybe just check the second slide if it's also okay.
Mhm. Yeah, looks
Yes.
fine.
Okay,
Okay.
so the stage is yours, and I will come back also for questions.
Thank you, Irina. Thank you very much for this introduction. I think you said all the things I wanted to say, so no need to double the information. I'm really excited to give you some hints about the interview. Obviously, not only with me at EPAM, we have a lot of great recruiters, great people to speak to. Yeah, so how to increase your chances of being hired? I'm not sure that I'm going to help you in 100%, but I'm sure that some of my tips will be helpful, and I really hope that you can remember some of them and use the hints on your next interview for the job or for some of our junior programs. As we had the last question to Mark, we do have some junior programs. And I'm actually working at Campus Hire at EPAM. So I'm recruiting for our trainings, academies, programs that we are organizing on behalf of EPAM. So I'm really excited always when I see young people that are beginning their career or also switchers that wants to change their career to join IT. You're always, all of you are really welcome. So let me introduce also my colleague. We are both working in Poland as recruiters in the Campus Hire, but again, we have a lot of other recruiters that are really great. Okay, so we'll talk about, so what I will tell you. So what do you need to do to prepare? So your background, who are you? So just think for a moment before the interview, who you are, what do you want to say about yourself? Prepare a short presentation, very short, like a few minutes, something about you. I will tell you what to prepare before the interview. I will like to emphasize even now that preparation is the key to success. How to speak a small talk. Yeah, so there is always a chance to have a small talk. Always every recruiter is only a person. As Irina said, we don't bite. We also want to get to know you a bit better. I will tell you what to emphasize, what to put the most important, and your steps to join us a bit. How the steps looks like. And also useful links and contacts. So the final stage will be sharing all the links with you, how to join our trainings or our blog that we share a lot of very interesting content. Okay, so preparation is the key. Yes, so remember that when a recruiter calls you, you should actually know why he's calling you or she and what he wants from you. Yes, so read a basic information about the company, what is the position you're applying for. If it's a basic position, if it's a training, you should always remember what you've done some few weeks ago. Sometimes we're contacting you really late. Sorry about that. But yeah, just remember what you applied for. Yeah, remember to always upload your up-to-date CV. You would be really surprised how many of you have outdated CV with the last experience of 2 years ago. I'm really sure that you have done something after the 2 years ago. So remember to update your CV. Remember to be in comfortable surrounding. Yes, so if you have anything that is disturbing you surrounding, yeah, if you're outside, if you're in the transport any sort, yeah, just be comfortable, be safe. Prepare to answer a few technical questions. I know that this is not something that you might expect from the first contact from the interviewer as a recruiter, but yes, we do sometimes ask few technical questions. So they're really basic. We are not technical guys, but yes, few technical questions. And finally, tell me about yourself. So all of this presentation that I prepared, the main thing I want you to remember is that this conversation with us is all about you. So how do you present to us? Yeah. So tell me about yourself as the main thing that you need to focus on. So about preparation, I told you about CV. So shortly, let's go through the CV and let's talk about basic information that you can find and I can find the CV. So a brief summary is a really good idea. By the few sentences that you're writing in the beginning, I can learn a lot about you. What are your desires? Who are you? What are your, not maybe hobbies, because there is a place for hobbies at the bottom, but something very short, yes, about yourself as a brief summary. Job experience, main thing. If you don't have any important job experience, also mention some other experience. If you haven't worked at IT sphere, it's also important to put something over there. If you worked anywhere, yes, anytime. Again, if you don't have a lot of experience, emphasize of your trainings, achievements, courses, skills that you have. You must have done some courses. You must have read some book if you're applying. So anything that can be useful, it's worth writing. Education, that's also worth to say. If you've educated from any university or you have some additional experience with education. Your contact information, don't forget about putting your contact information. We are calling you sometimes on your mobile phone, so it's worth to have it also on your CV, because some of you have different phone numbers in our systems and also in your CV. So we are sometimes checking which phone number is the proper one to call you. And also, maybe you don't think that it's important, but from our perspective, it might be important to put the city that you are located in. So not only that we know that you are living in this country, but which city you are preferring to be hired to. And the most important things are in the end. So technical skills, they should be enlarged, somewhere big. So what skills you are strong in, what skills you'd like to learn, what skills do you generally have. Again, this can substitute your work experience if you don't have anything sufficient. Something that we actually don't really need is a photo. So we are definitely not looking at it. We don't care how you look. So this is not important for any recruitment process. And the birthday, yes. So it's not important how old you are. That shouldn't be any decisive factor when we are recruiting. Keep the balance between speaking and listening. So you should speak most of the time, but leave some place for the recruiter. Yeah, give us at least like 20% of time for asking questions. Yeah, so we have some questions to ask you. So I told you at the beginning that you should focus on yourself, but also leave us a place to ask you questions. But on the other hand, if you are quite shy, you are struggling with presenting yourself, unfortunately, that's something that you need to learn. You need to have trained. Yes, I also am going to give you hints in the end how to help yourself with this. Yes, I've heard that also IT specialists care about English language very much. So yes, that's true. We do check English language. That's the first thing we do. So English language is the most important thing, like the basic thing. Even before checking any technical skills, you should have you should have English level at in the intermediate level. So at EPAM in Poland, the basic level is B1. I'm sure that in other countries is the same. And if you're applying for trainings in our training center in every country, whichever country you are from, we have unified English test. So we will check your English level. And just a tip from my side: if you struggle with the English test, if you don't agree with the level that the test showed, you can always write to some of us. You see always the contact person. You can ask us to help you with this. Also, if you have some technical issues, yes, there is a possibility to reassign a test. It's a very silent tip from my side. Okay, so let's go to small talk. Yes, so I told you that speaking English is the most important thing. Also, obviously, when you are not speaking Polish, if you are not speaking Hungarian, we are going to speak to you in English, so you need to be prepared. Describe how you get where you are. Yes, so we are going to ask you very basic questions. Hi, how are you doing, and why you applied to this training? How you found yourself here on my simply participants list. Yes. A small talk also includes asking about your hobbies sometimes. If we're wanting to prolong the small talk, if we see that you are struggling a bit, we want to make you feel more comfortable, or we want to check the English level, that's also one of the best questions that we like to ask about your hobbies, because that's something that we really hope will not stress you out. So a question about your hobbies is sometimes useful. Tell me about yourself. Again, that's going to be repeated many times, so it's all about you. So I'm just simply going to ask you about your background, your history. Yes. For example, what are your responsibilities at your current job? So what do you do currently? So before we are going to go to a current position that you're applying for, I want to know what you've done in the past and what were your responsibilities. Cool. So determine the area of your interest. We have multiple cases that candidates are applying for many positions. That's nothing wrong with it. You can definitely apply for as many positions as you like, but be aware that sometimes we are going to make you choose, right? So when we decide that maybe you are good for this or that position, we are going to ask you why you applied to so many. Is this something that you, what is actual the position that you'd like to apply? So what is your actual area of interest? What would you like to learn, or what would you like to get more skilled? What are you interested? So you don't need to obviously pick one, because it's always good to see if a candidate is interested in some other areas than just one, but maybe seeing like 5 completely different areas, it's not the best solution. All in one, what are you interested in mostly? Why you applied to this specific position? Why you applied to this sphere, to this area? Take a moment to think about the past and the future. So I told you what we ask about the past. So short things about your background, your skills, your technological background, your current employer. So this is going to be the past. So what skills have you learned? What are you skilled in the past? What courses you've done? What books you've read? Yes, so we would like to really know this. And focus also on your future. So be prepared to also be asked about your career plans. So we would really like to know, what are your simply plans? Yes. So what would you like to do? Why you are applying to this position in regards to your future career plans? Okay, this is going to be a very funny moment. I'm going to give you some examples of what maybe not questions, but what answers, what short information I got from some of my interviewees. Yes, of course, no names, but I think that will give you some examples and it gives you an idea what to do and what not to do. So let's start with the negative proposition. I really wouldn't like to hear negative feedback about your previous colleagues or boss at work. Yes, if you've resigned from your previous position, that's normal. Everyone resigns, but don't give me any solid disagreements of your previous experience. You can say that you just wanted to have more opportunities to learn, you wanted to grow more, and you didn't have this availability in your previous company. If I ask you why you applied to this position, I really don't want to hear that you just wanted to enter IT, just wanted any role. Yeah, that's something that I wouldn't recommend saying in regards to the previous slide when I explained that picking 1 or 2 desired skills you'd like to explore is the best. you can say that you just simply needed a change. Yeah, if you are a switcher, not say that you just wanted any IT role. You can just simply say, in other words, that just needed a change, right? That's something different. If you're applying, that's something basic. You need to know what positions you applied for. Yes, don't ask me what will I learn, what is this position about. So that's basic information provided in the description of a job or a position or our training. I just wanted to join any big company. That's actually not a very big and perfect argument to give your recruiter, because there is many other big companies why you actually chose ours. Yeah, I also going to give you very many ideas why you can choose our company, because EPAM is great, but that's something that basically you can also tell me, right? EPAM seems a nice company. That's very basic words to say, very basic sentence, but it's going to give me, just the light will light up, and I will see that you think about EPAM well. Why you're not looking at my CV? My skills are there. So please don't answer this when I ask you about your skills. I'm pretty sure that you must have put it in your CV and also in your profile. I know this, but sometimes I really like to hear it from your side, right? Very basic, IT is the future. That's something very trivial, very basic, but it's different than saying I wanted any IT role. Yeah, so let's say you want to focus on IT, that's something different. Okay, so very basic examples of questions that we are asking. Yes, so I know that you are all waiting to hear that. So first, we really are like you to say a little bit things about yourself. We are also asking, why did you apply for this offer? We are asking, what do you know about our company? Why you applied to EPAM if you've heard about our company. If you don't, that's also fine, but this is very basic question. What do you do to, why do you want to work with us? So what probably in the description got your attention? Why are you interested in this direction? Again, about the skills, right? And the competencies and the fields that you'd like to develop in. Tell me about your current job. So simply, what are you doing right now? What experience do you have in similar jobs? So if you have any IT experience, or you've done some small projects, pet projects at university, or some startup that you are involved in. Why did you change your specialty? Because maybe you are planning to change your career. That's why you have all the other skills apart from the one that you are applying for. That also can happen. Yes. So why is that? What is important for you at work? Quite a basic question, but very difficult to answer, right? So maybe think about what is important for you at work. So what do you expect from us? We would like to meet your expectations. Yes, we would like to be the company and the job that you would really like to get. So we really want to make you accept our offer. Okay, so some hints for some people who are really stressed about this conversation with recruiters. As Irina said, as I say, we are really cool people. We just really want to get to know you. We just simply want to know why you applied. What are you doing here? Yes, so this is your time. If you're stressing, make sure that you are in safe and calm environment. If you struggle with finding this place, then maybe go somewhere outside when no one will bother you. Don't stress out if something happens. I often have cases that really something unexpected happens during interview. All of us are humans, even me as a recruiter. I can happen to, spill some water on my laptop. Yes, I want to know that I can be safe when talking to you, and the same, you need to be safe when talking to me. I'm also a person, so I understand that some unexpected situations can happen. So if you drop something, if there is loud outside, I will wait. Just tell me to give you some time. So some example of questions, how to deal with the stress. For example, an idea of the question. Could you please repeat the question? If you're struggling with English, or maybe you have problems of hearing, yeah? Or maybe a third solution, problem that you might have is the technical issues. Yes, maybe there was some breakout with the Wi-Fi. So normally you can ask me to repeat or ask to repeat the question. You can easily ask us to take a time. So I need a moment. You just say it. We will wait. Don't worry. I feel a little nervous. Could you please give me a minute? For sure, we will give you always a minute, even two. Don't worry. We can always reschedule the conversation if you really struggle. If you are like, I don't know, a heartbeat is over 100. Don't worry, we will reschedule. We will call you back. I will not all know everything, but I'm a quick learner. That's a solution to people who are struggling with these technical questions that we are sometimes checking. Yeah, you should have some background of technical idea that we are the technical sphere that we are interviewing for. But if you're struggling, that's maybe also a hint from my side what to do if you really don't know any answer. Okay, so the most important thing I told you, I think I repeated this, this is the most important thing many times, but I want to make you remember this, your motivation. So it's all about you, it's all about your motivation, what you give us, how you present yourself, and this is just your motivation, your desire to join us. Thank you. That's something to the end, for the end. So some useful links. We'll share these links with you. And remember that you can find us on training page of our company EPAM, so training EPAM.com. You can find over there many important stuff. And I really recommend you going in and checking out our blog. A lot of really important content, starting from calming you down ideas, finishing with technical blogs, yes, technical information and useful hints. Yeah, you can always subscribe to our training registration page if you want to learn which training we have ahead. Always subscribe. We'll send you instant automatic information when we open the training that you'd be interested in. So thank you very much for listening. I think that my time is up. I'm open to any question that you might have.
Thank you, Agata. Thank you. It was a very nice and interesting speech and useful, especially for juniors who maybe don't have any experience in passing the interview. So thank you a lot. We have a chat with a lot of questions, but guys, Agata is our last speaker for today, so we can even take a few minutes more in our agenda and try to do our best to answer all your questions. First of all, the trouble was I don't have any experience and have to sell myself like a product in the supermarket.
Yeah, you need to do that. You need to sell yourself as a product in a supermarket. I mean, as I said, we're all humans. Yeah, so if you don't have any experience, like I said, it's also fine. Just make sure that you have anything at all that makes you suit the position or the training that you are applying for. So skills, so trainings that you've done, even YouTube videos, yeah, or some subjects at university. There are a lot of ideas how to put them in CV or just speak about them. So any trainings, any additional things that you've done, not only experience at the job. So I understand that if you are junior, you have no experience. That's normal. You need to start somehow. So every other things that you've done apart from just working.
Okay, thank you, Agata. One more question. Is it appropriate to include IELTS, TOEFL scores in IT-specific CV?
Yes, of course, it's appropriate. So you can mention that you have this certificate, obviously. Yes, just simply yes.
Okay, the next one. What can you suggest to a career switcher? How build the CV and what to emphasize?
That's really nice question. I happen to, I see some switchers in my job. So You have probably a lot of other experience. You've been maybe even a manager or some other, like you climbed your career in another sphere. So if you're applying to completely different role, completely different sphere, so let's just imagine that you are working in any other sphere and you want to come to IT. So don't make a lot of details about your previous experience. This is not going to be relevant in your future position. So maybe try to think what from your previous experience can be important at your new job. So if you have some customer experience and you want to work as a, I don't know, interviewer, right? Or if you had some experience with working with even computer or laptop, what's the tools you've used. So try to think what is important in your future career, in your future job. So don't make a lot of information about your past. Yeah. So that's not going to be important in your future.
Great, thank you. Oh, I had some great question and I lost it in the chat because it's so
No.
quick. Give me a second. So great. Yes, I see it.
You
About
have it?
clause. You probably already mentioned it, but do you care about clauses as a person wears to the interview?
Not really. No, the same as the view of a person face, like the photo of anything. No, definitely not. But I mean, don't wear nothing, right? So you just need to wear some clothes. Yeah. So you don't need to put any suit or a shirt. No, don't worry about this. Just be comfortable.
Whew, thank you. The next one, what do you prefer? Apply with a LinkedIn profile or CV?
Oh, that's interesting. So when you're applying via LinkedIn, then we see all of your background in the LinkedIn, but we will always ask you to add your CV. So this both can be at the same time, and both are fine. But we will ask for your CV. But if you're applying via LinkedIn, then all of your information is already there, so you don't need to give us them again. So maybe do the LinkedIn first, and then we are going to ask you for your CV.
Great, thank you. Nice questions. Is it good to tell about your background at school, university, and so on? If you are studying at the university at the moment and you want to be junior dev.
Yeah, of course, for sure. That's all the experience that you have if you are a student. So yes, that's something that it's very important to speak about. Background at school, university, even if it's school, yeah, you can also not join the university and be just after high school, yeah. So what additional stuff you've done at university? If you joined any science clubs, if you were initiator of any other activities, yes, so this is your life, so it's very important to share. Mm-hmm. You're muted.
Okay, one more time. Sorry, guys. So, do you like more professional answers or honest ones?
Oh, that's interesting. It depends on which question, right? So if it's a question about your desire to work at EPAM, then I really would like to hear your honest opinion, right? So if you really want to do this, because if you just answer professionally and just say yes I do, and then you just resign after 1 week, that's that's really bad. So yeah, the honest ones, I think.
Okay, thank you. Yes, guys, honest answers are
Mm-hmm.
better. And of course, don't say some lies, only
Oh
truth,
no.
because Agata has 1,000 interviews every month, and she saw when you're a liar. Usually, you are bad liars, so just tell
Yes.
true and keep going and receive a clear answer. Is it position? Is this position good for you or not? That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what else interesting what we have? Oh, we have a question that I think we can also speak more about feedback via LinkedIn. Better to contact HR directly without easy apply. I think, Agata, there is a moment when you can explain the difference between recruiter and HR, and how HR can't help you during recruitment process.
Yeah, thanks, Irina. Yes, that's true. So HR are human resources, and they are responsible for for you after you join the company. So they were caring about the documents, your well-being, and everything connected with the employee. But if you are applying, if you are on the recruitment process, that's going to be recruiter. So someone a bit different, but it's just yeah, worth explaining. So if you don't have any feedback when you are applying, that's maybe because you are applying too late and the position is already taken, or that you are not the best choice that recruiter thinks. So that sometimes happen, and I believe that some of you may struggle with hundreds of empty and silent applications. Unfortunately, that's real life. We have a lot of applications, so we are sometimes choosing only rock stars or people who applied very early, so we can finish the position quickly and finish the recruitment process. But if you want to ask me about if it's better to contact HR, so a recruiter directly without easy apply, that's not the best solution. Yeah, so we as recruiters have a lot of job, and we see your applications. Don't worry, and if we want to contact you, we will.
Yes, and you can't just skip recruitment process. You can't just skip first step like recruiter interview. It's impossible, guys. You just need to do it. It's like
Mhm.
process. Okay, Agata, my favorite comment for today. I wish I could meet such a kind recruiter in the future. Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
what else do we have? Okay, please clarify one more time. What does tell me about yourself really mean? What
Mhm.
information do you expect?
Yeah, so it's a very yeah, it's an open question, really open. So I see that, Monica, you have a photo of an alligator in your profile. So if I ask you, tell me about yourself at the very beginning stage, if I don't back up with any other stuff, any other words that I want you to explain, you can even tell me that you're interested in alligators, right? But if I ask you to tell me about yourself in regards to technical background, if in regards to skills that you've learned, or in regards to your future career, so tell me about yourself in the future, then you need to tell me this. But if it's just a very basic question at the beginning to warm us up, both of us, to warm you up if you are struggling with English or you are just stressed out, that's really any answer that you would really like to give me. Yeah, so yeah, just be human.
Great, thank you. Are there often questions like this? How many tennis balls can fit on the bus? Do you?
Well, no, for sure, no. We are past this years ago with this stupid recruitment questions. No. But if you're applying to positions that require analytical thinking, let's say data practice, we sometimes ask you to analyze some, just logical questions. Yeah. So maybe not the same question because I don't see any logic here. But yeah, some logical questions can appear.
Great, thank you. One more important question. Is it okay if you don't have a camera?
Yeah, you will definitely be informed in advance what do you need before your interview. If you do need camera, then we will tell you. If we don't, we sure don't. But sometimes we are also calling you on your mobile phone, so you don't need a camera. We're just going to speak and hear your voice.
I also had a question about mobile phone. I saw it. What do you prefer, phone mobile or messenger?
Yeah, mobile phone, just standard phone number of your phone.
Okay, and how long does it usually take to wait for the results after the interview?
Oh, I don't like this question.
Sorry.
No, I'm sorry too. I mean, I don't know. It can take quite a long time. It can take 2 weeks, 3 weeks if we have a lot of good applicants, if the recruitment process is very long. Yeah, if you are still waiting for some more candidates, if you want to compare them, sometimes technical interviewers have little slots for your interview technically. Technical interview, yes. So sometimes the recruitment process can even last for a few months. Yes. So unfortunately, that might happen. But you can always ask the recruiter, yeah, how long can I wait for the feedback? And if you don't get an answer in this time, you can get back to the person. Hey, you said you would tell me. Please do. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think we covered all the questions in the chat. Just a lot of thank yous to you, Agata, for some useful information, advice, so helpful. So our idea was really good to add you
Yeah.
and your speech to our
Thank
conference.
you.
Thank you for today. And oh, guys, one more tip from me, if I can be some kind of expert, but I changed the job a few times, and during the recruitment process, I'm sure that recruiter is my best friend. Because I wanna get a job and recruiter wanna close the vacancy as soon as possible because it's a big job. So I usually ask for advice directly recruiter when I go to the next level interview. I ask, for example, Agata, do you have some recommendations? What is kind of person will be my interviewer? What they will ask you? It will be technical questions, or they wanna hear theory from me or some cases. And I think it's my personal super life hack, but it really works. So feel free to use it too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you, Agata. Thank you for today.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. So, guys, last minutes, last seconds of our conference. Maybe I will remind some important details that can help you and cover some answer your questions. First of all, let me remind that all slides and other useful links we will send to all registered participants via email. We'll do our best to send it today, so I hope in a few hours it will be in your inboxes, or check spam or promo folders. It can be not in only in inbox, but I'm sure that the information in the email will be useful for you, so please check it. And also personally from me, please fill the feedback form for us, for the team, for our speakers. It's very important to understand what was good and what you enjoyed, what was the best for you, and maybe you have some ideas for future events. How can we become better? So please share your feedback, and it will be very valuable for us. Also, I will remind that all educational opportunities that we have at EPAM University in all countries, you can find at training.epam.com. We are talking about this website all the day. So you remember that we have educational programs there, career test to find, to choose some specializations that can fits you, that we have blog here, and you can find a lot of interesting materials in hard skills, about soft skills, self-education links. So use this opportunity and make everything that you take everything that we share with you to maximize your chances for your future career at EPAM. Next, I know during the conference I was in working chats and I saw that Java and test automation programs in some countries are like a hot job now in the team. So registrations will be opened for different countries today, maybe Monday, maybe Tuesday as a last deadline. So follow the links, follow our, subscribe our website, our updates, and you will get the updates. Also, you can subscribe your local Facebook accounts from EPAM. For example, you can find EPAM Poland in Facebook, or you can find EPAM Hungary or EPAM Romania. So it's also one of a very good channel of information about our future events and about our educational programs, courses, all juniors opportunities we usually publish there. So if you like social media, you can join and also learn more about our life in the offices, and learn more about our team in different countries. So follow us. For Ukrainian audience, I will also remind that we have Telegram channel, EPAM University. So join us here, and don't lose any updates, and be updated with all our new opportunities. I see the team helps me and publish links for our local Facebooks. So now in chat you can find Croatia, Poland, Romania, Hungary. All our local Facebook pages are available. Just click in chat. Next, what else about the recording? It will be available. So if you lost some information, if you joined us later, you can you can watch the recording at training.epam.com. You need to go to events and past events. Here you will see junior online conference page, and if you are logged into the portal, you can see the recording on the page. It will be available, and also it will be available on this link on YouTube. So after the stream, you can just start from the beginning and watch the recording, or review some our speeches from our speakers today. Whew, I think that's all from organizing part. And the most important thing, I'd like to say the warmest thank yous to all of you, dear participants. Thank you for joining, for your time, for your active comments and great questions. You are super powerful in your desire to grow, to develop your career, and learn more about IT world. Special thank you to our speakers. Thank you for sharing your experience, your knowledge, and recommendations. Maybe in a few months you'll meet some of our participants at a PAM team. We will be happy to see you here. And one more batch of thanks goes to our organizing team. You really did a great job today in the chat with our speakers, with all communications. So thank you. You make this event real, and I hope our participants really enjoyed it. So hope you enjoyed the conference and got a lot of useful and practical information about starting your career and developing your career in the PAM and in IT world. We'll be happy to see you at our courses and in the PAM team in the nearest future. See you. Bye.